All right, if we can begin moving towards our seats here quickly. Good morning, everyone. I am pleased to call to order the 283rd meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Spokane, Washington. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and groups. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available by contacting the council office. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphones, so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. At this time, I would like to move to our new council member appointments, and we have a swearing in ceremony for our newest member, Ms. Jamie Diamond.
All right, good morning. So I'm just going to go sentence by sentence and you can repeat for me. So I state your name. As a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation.
I, Jamie Diamond, as a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation.
I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fishery resources, being careful to balance competing private or regional interests and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources.
I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fisheries resources, being careful to balance competing private or regional interests and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources.
I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
I commit myself to upholding the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and all other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
This oath is given freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
This oath is given freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that, now we can officially welcome Ms. Jamie Dimon to the council. Welcome,
Thank you.
Jamie. Also, I want to notice other new appointed council members. Rear Admiral Eric Avani replaced Rear Admiral Charles Foss and for the Coast Guard, and Commander Scott McGrew is replacing Commander Scott Ettinger as a designee. Today we have Mr. Chris German in the seat there. Thank you, Chris. And in the State Department, we now have Mr. Colin Brinkman, who will be occupying that seat when we have issues that require the Department of State attention. With that, I will turn to Executive Director Burden to call the roll, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. I will now call the roll of the September 2025 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Lynn Mattis.
Present.
Let's see, do we have Kyle Hansen or Hugh Morrison? They are absent. Jamie Diamond.
Here.
Danny Evanson.
Present.
Heather Hall.
Here.
Pete Hassemer.
Present.
Colin Brinkman. Colin Brinkman is absent. Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Rebecca Lent.
Here.
Chris German.
Present.
Chris Oliver.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
David Soanes.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Asia Shumalo.
Here.
Jennifer Kwan.
Here.
Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
That completes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We've had an agenda published, a draft agenda published in the briefing book. If there's any discussion or a motion to set our agenda before us. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, if there is no further discussion, I have a motion.
All right, please go ahead.
I move the council approve the agenda presented as A4 in the September 2025 briefing book.
Thank you. That all looks accurate and complete on the screen. You agree?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seconded by David Soanes. Speak to your motion as necessary.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
Thank you. I will look around. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any hands. Call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, we have our agenda set, and our first item is to move into the Executive Director's report, so I will turn it over to Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick moment here while I pull up my report. All right, this is agenda item A5, which is the Executive Director's report. The Executive Director's report to the Council typically provides information on informational report, changes to Council membership, advisory body and committee alternates that are in place for the current meeting, select activities that have occurred since the last meeting, and other updates not announced elsewhere that may warrant some summarization. As you just indicated, Mr. Chairman, we do have several new members around the table, including Ms. Jamie Dimon. Welcome, Ms. Dimon. And let's see, you have several informational reports available. Some of these were available in the advanced briefing book, and some have come in supplemental. So I would call your attention to, let's see, informational report 1, which is a process for updating Sacramento River Fall Chinook reference points, conservation objectives, and harvest control rule. This is in response to a request that you made of staff back in the spring. A few of you have asked me why this is here and not under an agenda item, and it straddles several agenda items, and so we decided to put it here for you, and that's why I'm calling your attention to it now. Informational report 2, we actually have moved over to agenda item H2 as that relates, it's more relevant to the executive order that you'll be taking up later this week. Unfortunately, we also did lose Joel Kawahara several weeks ago, and there's an obituary in the informational report section of your briefing book. It's a republication of the Seattle Times article. It's very nicely done. You have supplemental informational report 2, which includes dates for the take reduction team. There have been many questions about that, and those dates have been set. You have informational report 5, which is a HMS Drift Gillnet performance report, and informational report 6 regarding NOAA's aquaculture opportunity areas. I understand that NIMS may want to speak to this at the end of my report, so I'll pause at the end of my report, and Ms. Kwan, if you'd like to speak to that some more, you'd be welcome to do that at that time. Let's see, moving through the balance of the report, we do have several advisory body alternates as indicated in the table. And then we have been spending quite a bit of time this year in responding and adapting to some activities and changes that the current administration has been making. As I indicated at the last council meeting, we have started some meetings with NIMS leadership. So myself, the chair and vice chair, and Ms. Ames have met with the regional administrator, some of her leadership team, the science center directors, and we've been trying to better understand how the capacity reductions that NIMS is going through is going to be affecting what the council can do and what we may need to do in response. And so those are underway. They're still occurring. We don't have anything to share with you just yet, but we are planning to bring some information back to you in November. There has been quite a bit of question about our budget situation and our revenue. I'm happy to report that the council has received, I think it's 99.9% of our expected funding for the year. That is in our account, so very pleased about that. Of course, receiving that funding as late as we did has made it difficult to plan and execute many council functions, which is why we have this pared down meeting we have here this week. Let's see, moving through the rest of the ED report, we do have one last thing I'll flag for you, which is a Salmon EFH call for information. This is something we discussed earlier this year. If there is information that is relevant to our Salmon EFH designation, you can go onto the council webpage, and there are some instructions in place to submit that information for our record and potentially further consideration of Salmon EFH in the future. Let's see, I'll pause here. I believe Ms. Kwan had a couple of extra things that she wanted to elaborate on. I'll look that way, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Merrick, so a couple things to follow up So I've been here before and have talked about the reductions that we've faced, and those are settling in for all of us now. We're kind of beyond the shock stage, and we're in what I call the triaging stage. So just as a reminder, at least in the West Coast region, since January, we've lost about 30% of our work force. That is new folks as well as folks with long-term institutional knowledge. And you add that to the vacancy rate that we started with, we're closer to 37% lower in our capacity. And that is, the science centers have also had similar impacts. I would just say that these reductions in the direction that we are currently operating under this administration are significant enough where I don't see us returning to business as usual. And I'm not saying that to be dramatic. It's just more of a fact in how we are having to operate going forward. I also want to recognize that it's an impact to us, but the impacts are starting to roll downhill, and they're starting to impact our partnerships and our relationships with everyone, and the work that we're able to do with everyone. So I think I'm just saying that, and Merrick talked about some conversations we're having together to start to prepare for that, and try to understand how it's going to look different. I feel like we can set some direction now, but we are in a really dynamic environment. So we can set direction now, but we also have to be prepared that it could change in 2 weeks. It could change in 3 or 4 months, and it can change, over the year. So at least internally, I'm trying to position ourselves to be a little bit more resilient to that change, and get us to a place where we can at least, as a workforce, stabilize as we move through those dynamics. And I feel like the conversations we've been having with PFMC leadership are building the foundation for that, so that we can, as a council and federal agency, weather whatever changes and dynamics we have in front of us. I will just share with everyone, you may be hearing from some of our staff. Last week, I started to roll out with our supervisors, and we'll be rolling out with our staff this week, our rebalancing plan. So rebalancing supervisors and staff across the region. We were not, the losses did not occur equally across the region. So we need to rebalance and get that set. Additionally, we're also going to be deploying some workload prioritization. And, what that is going to mean is over, the course of the next 4 months, as we get a better sense of what capacity we have, what we're going to be focused on, which is largely driven by administration priorities. There will be things we're going to have to pause and not do work on for a while. And again, that just letting you know that's going to impact and stretch some of our relationships. I think that the other thing important to note with that is it's not only prioritization that we're having to do at a regional level or a science center level. We're being asked to be prepared to fill gaps at a national level, because again, at a national level, like a regional level, we think cuts did not happen equally, and there may be higher priorities in another part of the nation that needs help, and vice versa. I may be asking for help from my regions elsewhere, but just letting you know that we have some control over our region, but we're also being asked to be ready to deploy to support national level priorities. I think that the good news is that the administration and directives and priorities, I think they are creating spaces for us to explore what feel like challenges right now as opportunities. And for the PFMC space, the EO 14276, the Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness, our gold standard science EOs, and overarching direction, seeking solutions through deregulation. I know that for some that's comfortable, for some that's not comfortable. But those are all the spaces we have to keep keep doing our work, and I think signals from the administration that the work we do in the councils is a priority. I do need to say, though, that even though it is an administration priority, as I mentioned before, we have less staff. So we will be prioritizing the work that we're doing with the council, but it probably won't, again, be everything that we've done in the past. And then I would just finally say, I think the good news is that the work that Merrick and former chairman, new chairman, and now vice chair have been working on, like initiatives like Committee of the Whole, the work on groundfish stock definitions, our sardine management work are in line with the intention and direction of this administration. So I look forward to being able to come back in November and let you know what we've learned through our conversations. And I think the landscape will continue to shift between now and then. Do you want me to talk about? Okay, I'm going to shift to aquaculture. So on September 19th, 2025, we published a final programmatic environmental impact statement identifying 10 aquaculture opportunity areas. We call them AOAs. And those are in Southern California and the Santa Barbara Channel and Santa Monica Bay. The AOA result from a planning process that resulted in defined geographic locations that may be most suitable for siting multiple future offshore aquaculture operations. They take into account potential environmental, economic, and social impacts of siting aquaculture in these areas. And they draw from extensive scientific review, spatial analysis, and public input. I think it's important to know that this is a long-term planning effort. It's not a permitting action. So prospective farmers would still have to adhere to full permitting requirements. We have more information on our website, and if you need that link, we can provide it. We would welcome guidance from the council on how to best inform and receive input on proposed future aquaculture projects in federal waters, whether inside or outside the AOA. And we understand the importance of engaging the council and the fishing communities on any future aquaculture projects. As a note, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers would be the federal, or is the federal permitting agency for offshore aquaculture structures, and they will also be soliciting comments from the public on project proposals. Once an application is complete, the Army Corps will publish a public notice, which is the primary method for advising all interested parties of a proposed activity for which a permit is sought, and soliciting comments and information necessary to evaluate the probable impacts on the public interest. We can provide examples of what that looks like. We have one project that's in this process right now, the Ocean Rainforest Commercial Scale Kelp Aquaculture Project. So we can provide examples of that if people are interested. While the publication and comment period for these notices may not align with the council meetings, we are committed to working with the council to get information back and input from the council. So we will make sure that happens. And with that, that ends my report on AOAs.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, I think that's the end of my ED report, but per usual, happy to answer any questions. I guess I would also invite anyone else who's been part of these meetings that Jen and I have referred to. If there's more that you wanted to speak to, I guess I'd just look to you all. But if not, happy to answer any questions about the report.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Director Burden. Thanks, Ms. Kwan, for those updates. Actually, my first question is for Director Burden. You're talking about these meetings you're having about, it sounds like kind of what I'll paraphrase as right-sizing the work and making sure the communication between NIMS and the council leadership is strong. So first of all, just appreciate that that's happening and hope to be updated, as Director Burden, you stated in your report. It also notes that some of the scenarios you're using were motivated by the outcomes of the Committee of the Whole process, and plus some possible outcomes from several council agenda items, and those are listed. I recall from the committee of a whole, although that was almost 2 years ago now, Director Burden, I distinctly recall you holding up a notepad with, I think you said like 72 things that you had scratched down excellently as part of that meeting. And so I'm wondering if you can give us a quick recap of those, or if you're planning to give us more detail about which of those 72 are being entertained, or which you and Ms. Kwan see as the most important.
Yeah, appreciate the question. Your memory is far better than mine, evidently. I vaguely remember holding that up. 72 is a long number. I'm unable to state that there is a priority. It's the exercise that the way I conceptualize it is to say, if we in the council are going to take these sorts of steps, and Kelly and I have been implementing steps about our agenda planning, how our committees are meeting, those sorts of things. Let's play that out and see how that affects not just us in the council system, but the Science Center and the region and the implementation process. And as we take these different steps, where does that affect our whole federal apparatus? And some of these steps affect the council a little bit and don't affect NOAA very much at all. Some of them affect NOAA a lot and not us very much. And so it's helpful to go through and understand that baseline about how our process together is working. And that from that understanding, then we can come to you and say, here's what it means to have less capacity. Here's how it might affect our broader fishery management system. That then tees up a potential question for you all, which is, do you want to amend your FMPs? So it lands squarely back into the council process about how we move forward. And right now we're developing that understanding about how, if we look at this whole system of ours, if we take different types of steps, how does that play out? But I can't rattle off the 72, I'm sorry.
Thanks. That was actually really helpful to understand it as more of a process question rather than sort of a prioritization process or something.
Thank you. Further questions? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, the chair. Actually, my first comment is on the aquaculture opportunity areas, if I may. I just want to highlight in my past experience as a public commenter, I've commented on this particular topic numerous times on the aquaculture opportunity areas off Southern California. And the potential impacts these will have on both commercial and recreational fisheries access, especially in light of Southern California's recreational over 50 fathom part of their season. This area encompasses much of that fishable zone for participants. And so I'm just flagging again concern that has been raised throughout this whole process, even before this began, when the Port of Ventura tried to do an aquaculture area, the Ventura Shellfish Enterprise. The same concerns were raised by both commercial and recreational fishermen. And so I just continue to flag the concern, especially since 8 of the 10 areas are in this very small zone. So I just want to raise that again. Thank you. And then for the informational report 1 on the Sacramento work group, I'm just wondering, will we be able to speak to that within the salmon agenda item, or bring that up within that context there?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I should have elaborated earlier. My apologies. I see 2 places where that report will have bearing on your discussion. So one of those is under salmon methodology review. There's consideration of the SAC fall escapement objectives, essentially, as moving forward or not. And so if you do move forward, the informational report outlines the process that's involved if that goes through methodology review. If you choose not to advance that, I think the next question is, then what? And so there's a second step in that informational report, which is suggesting that an FMP amendment might be the best approach if you don't pursue the methodology review approach. That would come up under workload planning. because we would then ask, when do we want to schedule it? When do we want to start that process? So those two places.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. This is a question for Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan, you talked about a 30% reduction. That's a lot of people. And then you talked a little bit more about the process you're undergoing now around rebalancing your staff. Can you tell us a little bit more about what types of jobs were lost, specifically what kind of capacity you lost, and what you're trying to fill with that rebalancing, just so we as a council have a better sense of, where you are at this moment lacking capacity?
Yeah, I would like, for right now, that this is still an internal conversation. I haven't finished rolling it out to my staff right now, so the priority is that I'm talking to them first. So I would be happy to come back and talk about that more in November, but I want to respect that I need to have further dialogue with my staff before I expose details to the public, and that's been my promise to them. So I'm happy to come back and talk more about that, but I'm doing internal conversations first. Thanks.
Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kwan, for the report. I think this is the second or third time we've heard about these incredible cuts, gashes, really, to the staff, to the resources, and loss of budget, loss of FTEs, and loss of institutional memory. I hope that we at the council will not become numb to these reports, and we will continue to think about what we're doing and our prioritization and how that matches or doesn't match yours, and just pulling back on our expectations. I also heard someone say, this is a regime shift, Rebecca. It's not going to change. So I guess if all that money and all those funds and all those FTE allowances flowed back in tomorrow, how long would it take to get back to where we were less than a year ago? Thank you, Ms. Kwan.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment, and so it is emotional for me, I'll just say, in moving through this, because I'm not numb to it, and I'm also having to pivot and kind of move to, okay, how do we lead out of this, and what do we need to do going forward? And my messages so far has been, we still need to provide some level of governance and some level of public service, no matter what. If it is a regime change, if it isn't, and I can't say that it is or isn't, we've got a lot of changes. So I will just say that from my perspective, that's where I'm trying to shift us to, kind of out of this shock into triage and stabilization. Tying us back to our, it's going to be core bare bone public services that we're providing, and we are still committed to do that. On your question regarding, if everything flipped back, I can only speculate, but if you were to go back to, processes in place over a year ago, it would still take us a while to build back. Takes a while to hire people. It's going to take, some effort to recruit people and get people interested to come work for us right now, to be honest. So it wouldn't be a flip of a switch. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. It's another question for Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan, you just used the word core and bare bone public services, and that's very stark and difficult to hear. Thank you for sharing that. Thinking about your tribal co-managers and treaty obligations, if we're going to core and bare bone for your public, how are you going to continue to meet those treaty obligations, and what is that looking like for you right now?
That is, that's, in my mind, that's part of our core and bare bone public services. It might not, there's fewer people, there's just fewer of us to do all of it. So I think across the board, it's going to look, I guess, skinnier.
Anything else? Not seeing any. Executive Director Burden, does that complete your report?
Yes, nothing more from me, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. That will close out that agenda item. Before we move on, two things. Number one, sitting up here in this chair now, and I just realized a lot of faces are in different places, so bear with us, myself and the vice chair here as we go through. I also, in this setup, my head has to do a full 180-degree pivot to see where the hands are, and when I'm looking there, I see nothing over there, so have some patience with us. I also, looking around, notice, myself included, most people are dressed in black camo at a black table behind black computer screens. Bright colors stand out. It's not showing any favoritism or bias there, but just in case, some of us are hidden there. On a serious note here, our council family recently lost someone, Mr. Joel Kawahara, and a little difficult to say this here, just coming with the realization, but he was close to very many of us, meant a lot to this council process. So I want to ask you to just take a minute. We'll take a minute or a moment of silence here, and I ask you to just think about the dedication, the energy, the spirit, the wit that Joel brought to this process, and maybe just channel that into your efforts this week and help us, at least me, come to peace with this as we realize that. So let's please have a moment of silence. Thank you. With that, I am going to turn the gavel over to our vice chair now as we move into the open comment period. So, Butch, it's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest we pull our lap bars down and be prepared for a little bumpy ride for a little bit, and maybe excuse the massacring of names, but we'll get through this, and what a privilege and honor to sit in this seat. Merrick, did you have something to add to this topic?
Yeah, happy to help get us started here, Mr. Vice Chairman. So this is agenda item B1, which is our open comments on non-agenda items, and this is an agenda item that provides an opportunity for our advisory bodies or management entities and members of the public to comment to the council on matters that are not part of the scheduled meeting agenda. You do have several written public comments that were submitted as part of this agenda item. Quite a few, actually. I see 15 written comments, and you have 4 signups. So happy to elaborate on any questions people might have about what this agenda item is. Otherwise, I would propose that we just move right into taking public comment, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay, first on up is Eric Garman.
Good morning, Chair Hasseman and council members. My name is Eric Garman, and I'm a Trade Development Manager at the Oregon Department of Agriculture. I'm here today to speak under Agenda Item B.1, comments on non-agenda items. I was asked by my partners at the Oregon Trawl Commission to share with you some of the work that I do in market access and economic development, specifically supporting Oregon and the West Coast seafood industry. My role focuses on maintaining strong, reliable supply chains across agricultural products with an emphasis on the seafood sector, a commodity-driven industry where volume and consistency are critical. Ensuring a steady supply and efficient movement of product is vital to the industry in long-term markets, both domestically and internationally. I've seen firsthand how these markets can take years, sometimes even decades to build. Once established, continuity becomes critical. The seafood buyers and importers count on us not just for our quality and sustainability of our products, but our consistency and our dependability. If we stop supplying these markets, we risk losing them, and that loss can be incredibly detrimental. It's not just the loss in sales, it's also loss in trust and relationships that we spent years cultivating. MSC certification has been our foundation. It's what opens the doors in some of these key markets around the world. And I've seen how the certification, along with the story behind it, has positioned us to be globally competitive. That's something we've worked hard to maintain and build on. Part of my role includes working directly with foreign governments to pursue tariff suspensions and reductions, and that work continues to create access and strengthen our ability to serve international markets efficiently. I serve on the Positively Groundfish Board, and I work closely with the Oregon Trawl Commission. These groups bring together expertise, science, and industry knowledge, and they help us keep the fishery strong term. I've also been honored to represent our fishery on the global stage, sharing the story of our groundfish recovery. It's not just a story about sustainability, it's a story about collaboration, commitment, and what's possible when we're working together for this resource. From the perspective of the Oregon Department of Agriculture, I see every day how vital this industry is to the state's economy. Seafood is our second largest protein stock, and it supports rural jobs up and down the coast. We're fortunate as a coastal state to have access to this sustainable high protein resource and to have the people and the infrastructure in place to support it. This is the work I do, building trust, strengthening relationships, and ensuring that Oregon seafood continues to be a dependable world-class product. Thank you, Chair Hasseman and council members, for the opportunity to speak with you today. I appreciate your time and continued support for the seafood industry and the work that we do to ensure that the strength and sustainability. Together, we have the opportunity to safeguard not only the essential part of Oregon's economy, but the legacy of collaboration, innovation, and global leadership. Thank you for your commitment to the vital sector and for allowing me to share our efforts with you.
Thank you, Eric, for your testimony. Any questions of Eric? Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Garman, for bringing these comments to the council. It's not often that we hear about the marketing, the export, the import, and the importance of a steady supply. I'd just like to ask you, we understand in speaking with processors that competition with imports is sometimes a two-way street, that some of the processors on the West Coast do depend on imports of seafood in order to steady that supply chain. As you mentioned, Mr. Garman, it's important to have a steady supply. How are things going with business in Oregon with both tariffs on our groundfish products being exported and tariffs on seafood products being imported that are part of that processing chain? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I really can't speak to the imports of product. It's not my expertise of the product that's coming into the United States. I can tell you that some of our efforts for exported seafood products in particular, going to other countries, currently we are in negotiation for some tariff reductions as part of some trade policies by the federal administration. And we're optimistic in some countries, in some areas of the world, to see some of the increased sales opportunities without tariffs. As for the imported product, I really can't speak intelligently about that part of the processor's business.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Yelena Norwalk.
Can you hear me?
Hear you just fine, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Good morning, Chair and Council members. My name is Yelena Novak. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be commenting on Agenda Item B1 on behalf of the Oregon Trawl Commission to request that the Council recommends to National Marine Fisheries Service to implement an emergency rule that would increase the ACLs for short spine thorny head, canary rockfish, and petrale sole for the 2026 fishing year. OTC is a fisherman-funded state commodity commission that represents Oregon trawl groundfish fishermen. In 2023, the stock assessments on short spine, canary, and petrale led to trawl quotas on these species to be reduced by 63, 60, and 30% respectively, which has put a significant strain on the industry as fishermen encounter these fish in abundance. Focusing on just short spines, excuse me, fishing vessel Mandy J, owned by the OTC's Commissioner Mike Rutherford out of Newport, caught 30,000 pounds of short spines in 2024. In 2025, in just first month and a half, Mandy J caught 20,000 pounds of short spines, which was almost 2 times more than the vessel's annual short spine allocation. Another vessel from Newport Pacific, owned by OTC's vice chair, Mark Cooper, caught 20% of his entire short spine allocation in just 2 small trips in 2025. Texas Lady, owned by OTC's chair Rex Leach, ran out of his short spine allocation for that one vessel in just 5-6 2-day trips in 2025. So 5 to 6 trips, very short trips. Tabatha, owned by Gary Ripka out of Newport, caught his short spine allocation in 4 trips in 2025 while fishing petrale. Gary also reported that petrale has been very easy to catch. He caught almost 160,000 pounds in just 2 months of fishing. The current quota cuts have been constraining the fleet's ability to harvest these and other groundfish stocks, limiting operational efficiencies, reducing the amounts of groundfish available for processing, and of course for the markets, while putting a tremendous financial pressure on the industry, which has already been struggling economically even before these cuts. We recommend that the Council supports the emergency rule that would provide additional small amounts of short spine, canary, and petrale ACLs in 2026 to allow for more operational flexibility. Every extra pound of quota matters right now. Separately, I would also like to request that the Council and National Marine Fisheries Service start thinking about future emergency actions to tackle a looming crisis, considering more groundfish stocks may get their quotas cut like widow and yellowtail rockfish, in addition to the current list of downgraded stocks. Again, this is happening with a backdrop of the fleet catching these fish with no issue at all, which to me indicates that there is more fish to catch than what the science leads us to believe. We are very fortunate this year that the pink shrimp fishery has been going pretty well. If it did not, I would imagine there would be many more fishermen at your door right now. Thank you for your incredible work supporting the industry, and thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Nowak. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Next up would be Ms. Heather Mann.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I am the director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We have 30 vessels home ported up and down the West Coast. 19 of those vessels participate in West Coast groundfish fisheries, at sea whiting and shoreside whiting, as well as midwater rockfish and bottom trawl. I am here to talk about requesting an emergency rule similar to what Yelena just spoke about. I'm going to talk a little bit more about why this action is appropriate as an emergency rule. I do have a written public comment that was submitted, but in general, Congress, through the Magnuson Act, intended for emergency rules for the councils and the secretary to handle urgent conservation, biological, economic, social, or health issues. Emergency actions require specific criteria, and they should be rare. In this case, an emergency affects our groundfish fisheries due to unexpected results from stock assessments and newly discovered or created catch-only projections for the 3 species of canary, short spine, and petrale. The justification, for taking action in this emergency is based on both social and economic factors, and the action proposed does not create any conservation issues. Allowing increased fish availability in 2026 is intended to maintain economic activity and reduce potential impacts on communities resulting from a reduction in fishing activities. This action is not allocative, it's not controversial, and it benefits all groundfish sectors and the communities that rely on both commercial and recreational fishing. Emergency rulemaking is the only viable path within the confines of our regulatory system to allow these benefits to be realized by harvesters, processors, and communities in 2026. The GAP's June 2025 statement really goes into the details of what some of the reduced tax and ACLs have resulted in. Yelena did a good job too of talking about real examples from on the water. Even now we have boats that are tied up that don't have enough species, and they're worried about incidental catch rates, so they're sitting idle. Management is not keeping up with reality, and this results in extreme challenges for fishermen as they work within the confines of our regulatory structure to participate in these fisheries. So by reference, looking at the June GAP statement is appropriate. The specs flex that we're considering under a different agenda item will not produce any benefits before 2027. Where an emergency rule for 26 will deliver immediate advantages. It aligns with MSA standards and increases the net benefits to the nation from both recreational and commercial fishing activities. MTC vessels are family-owned fishing businesses. As I said, home ported up and down the coast. This rulemaking is widely supported and benefits not just my sector, but all the groundfish sectors. As you know, though, in participation in the trawl rationalization program, we have significant costs, including an industry-funded buyback, the 100% monitoring and ongoing cost recovery. The proposed modest increases for 2026 aim to ease current pressures on these fishermen. I'd also like to bring to your attention a letter signed by over 100 different individuals from each state, from recreational sectors, from different groundfish sectors, supporting an emergency rule. We invited folks when we coordinated that letter to also provide thoughts on what this modest increase could help them with, and I'm just going to read a few in the seconds I have left. It means we can continue fishing our other species in addition to canary and short spine. This helps us continue to feed communities. This increase would be a huge benefit to the boat, the crew, and the plants that we deliver to. We'd be able to support our local customers, feeding our communities, supports the seafood industry domestically, which is incredibly important with the mounting threats of global economic uncertainties. Increased access to resources would drive additional businesses for our fishermen, more opportunity for trips in the recreational sector, and many more. So I think I'll stop there as I'm out of time, but we strongly support this council recommending to NIMS to implement this emergency rule for 2026. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. Any questions for Heather? Okay. All right, thank you. Next up is Sarah Nyani. Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. It is nice to see some faces around, a new face in particular up there. I am Sarah Nyani. I am here today providing these public comments on behalf of my company, which is Arctic Storm. And on the West Coast, we participate in all 3 groundfish trawl sectors. I'm here today to ask you to recommend an emergency rule that would revise the 2026 ACLs for canary, short spine, and petrale to reduce the negative impact of the significant and abrupt stock assessment changes and resulting specs reductions. I really wish that we didn't need to ask for this. I wish we had a method to take in new information and adjust this mid-cycle without asking for an emergency rule. And we're doing everything we can to work on that through Specs Flex. But since we don't have that option, and because there have been unforeseen outcomes of these specs that we set so long ago, and because we have new information from the catch-only projections that you requested in June, this is the route we must go in order to get meaningful help for our fisheries. We can't wait another year for 2027. Although adjusting the ACLs for 2026 won't fix all of our problems, it would provide additional meaningful amounts of key groundfish species that are either target species or critical for accessing target species in the groundfish sector. I'd like to draw your attention to that joint public comment letter that Heather just mentioned. It was coordinated by Heather Mann, Phil Anderson, Harrison Ibach, Merritt McCrae, and myself. And it was signed by groundfish participants across sectors and across states. And I've heard questions about why this is an emergency. I want to point to the GAPS in-season statement in June, where we listed out all of the impacts across sectors in very specific, explicit detail. And then I also want to reference all of the public comment letters that were submitted under this agenda item. One of the reasons this is hurting so much is because of the drastic cuts have happened all at once, and that's impossible to analyze when you're looking at a specs package. And they aren't just any species, they're critical species for the groundfish sector. So on behalf of all the letter signers, we wanted to be here in person today to make this ask of you. And then for the rest of my comment, I just want to focus on what operating under these conditions has been like for my company. We are currently have the Arctic Storm out there with 3 catcher boats. We've been fishing all summer. Those catcher boats deliver their bags or their cod-ends to our mothership platform, and then we process those on board. And so we're out there with 4 vessels. My vessel has 130 employees and 2 observers on it. The catcher boats have 3 to 4 employees and electronic monitoring on board. And that's a lot of people, a lot of boats, and a lot of fuel when we have to make a move. And we've had to avoid certain grounds altogether in the fishery. We've had a pretty clean summer, but in August and September, bycatch has started to crop up more. And we've been having to make some really expensive moves away from good quality 500 to 600 gram fish, gorgeous hake that I wish we could have stayed. And we literally had to move for trace amounts of canary and short spine. And these, like I mentioned, are expensive moves because when we have to move, it's a whole fleet moving. And it's not just our fleet. American Empress has been out there all summer and other shoreside catcher boats as well. So it's really impacting us in a big way. I just pulled up our spreadsheet of our movement logs because we have to log all our movements for our co-op. And I'm looking that since August, we moved for widow, canary, widow again, short spine again, dark blotched, short spine, dark blotched, short spine, canary, POP, short spine, dark blotched, short spine, then Chinook. And so this is emphasizing something that we've been saying for a long time, that when we have to move for trace amounts of bycatch species, especially when the stock assessments aren't reflecting what we're seeing on the water, that creates a really big and expensive problem. And it really reduces harvest of our target species, clean, quality fish. We're moving into 250, 300 gram fish. That's not what anyone wants to catch. That's not good for our recovery. That's not good for the joint management process that we have for hake. So it's really bad to be moving away from these trace amounts and then in new grounds where we don't have as quality fish and we face, Chinook or other bycatch that is our #1 priority to stay away from. So it's the same thing we talked about with the at-sea set-asides of which thing do you move away from, and Chinook always has to be number one. But when you add these other species, it's really impactful to our businesses. So thank you for your consideration, and I hope those specific comments help a little bit.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah? Agent.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Sarah, for those comments. And thank you, Heather and Yelena, as well, for your comments, too. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the pre-season planning process. So, at the start of the year, when you knew that these things were, or that you were going to be facing these challenges of balancing bycatch across a number of species, what did your sector do to discuss, avoidance before the season even started?
Thank you, Ms. Chamillo, for the question. I am one of several board members for the Whiting Mothership Co-op, and so I'm just making this comment on behalf of myself, but I can speak to the process that the board and the members put together. We use base rates where we set limits for how much people could be seeing. And we divide those across the whole season. And as you've heard before, although there's many new council members here since we've faced some of these issues, basically the Whiting Mothership Co-op splits into 5 pools across seasons because there's some vessels that participate in the spring, and we don't want their harvest to minimize harvest later in the year. And so basically we want everybody to have the same rate across the year if we can, provide the same opportunity for the fall fishermen that don't either have an opportunity on a mothership platform in the spring, or they don't have, they're not fishing at that time, they're up doing pollock or something else. And so essentially we end up setting base rates that are really low when we take these cuts to canary and short spine specifically this year. And that prohibits certain areas altogether from our fishing because we know that with past data that there's a possibility we could encounter more of the bycatch species in that area. And so one of the effects is that it really decreases our base rates, and then that increases the movement trigger for what vessels and fleets have to move for. And so those restrictive amounts, although they weren't as bad in the summer, they did cause us to not even fish in certain areas where we had before. And then once short spine and canary bycatch started picking up, then it's just been moves day over day, and it's just become much more of a struggle. And Arctic Storm's on their 5th trip right now, and the end of trip 4 and trip 5 have been particularly difficult. We had a trip that was 12 days in the middle of the summer, and then since bycatch has picked up, it's taking us 12 days to even fill half the ship right now. So it's basically doubling the amount of our trip, and we're paying our crew regardless if they catch fish or not on a processor vessel. So our costs don't change, except they increase from fuel. So that's just an example from the mothership processor side. But for catcher boats, they're the ones that are doing the fishing and the ones that have to communicate. And the mothership processors looking at the data as it comes in and kind of sending the notes out okay, we're moving now to the rest of the fleet. So I don't know if that captured what you're looking for, but a little bit.
Thank you. And I just wanted to follow up for interpretation too. So having information as early as possible in the fishing year about what the potential bycatch that you have available is in terms of the specs process is helpful to your overall season planning. I know that you can only speak for the sectors that you're involved in, but I imagine that's probably true of other sectors too. But wanted to see if you could add to that.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's very difficult. It's very helpful, should I say, if we were able to have an emergency rule and it was able to be in place before the majority of fishing starts. I'm just speaking to the whiting sector. I assume it would be the same for other non-whiting participants. It would really help us set the season up in a way that's fair and equitable among our members, because if we're kind of waiting, it could be difficult to know what's going to happen later in the season, and then participation later in the season might benefit more than those that participate earlier in the season. So that would be very helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions? Lynn Mattis and then Rebecca.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. This was just mostly a thank you to Ms. Nayani, Ms. Mann, and I know you two were probably the spearhead of this cooperative work, but really appreciate the cooperation and reaching across sectors and across states and trying to come to us with a path forward and a solution. There's a problem, and being proactive with the solution is much appreciated, and the work across sectors. And I suspect the two of you are the main ones with this. So just really wanted to thank you and acknowledge that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mattis. Yes, and Phil Anderson, Harrison, and Merritt were also really, really helpful. So I just want to mention them too, but we really appreciate it. It is nice to come together like we've talked about in SpexFlex with all sectors and try to approach something collaboratively rather than like fighting over scraps and turning on each other. So we're trying really hard to make this work, but it's impossible. So we really need some help.
Rebecca?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I'm adding my thanks to all of the folks who have made comments here and in writing on this issue. I know you can't see the future, but could you tell me if this SpexFlex goes the way you're hoping it'll go, the way we're all hoping it'll go, and it's in place for 2027, will there no longer be a need for at least this type of emergency rulemaking? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lent. Yes, that is our goal. We're hoping to build frameworks within the groundfish FMP that would be much more flexible and allow something like this to go through kind of like a routine action or an in-season update that would just, similar to if an in-season action happens and trip limits are changed, it would just be, hey, we're in the middle of a 2-year biennial harvest specifications period. We have new information from the SSC. We just want to incorporate that and update the harvest specification for the second year in the cycle. That should be routine. It's frustrating we don't have it right now. I understand the reasons, but it would be very helpful to us. It would be very helpful to the council. It would be very helpful to NIMS. It would be very helpful to all of the states, I assume, to not have to spend the amount of time and energy on one-off items and just be able to take more routine actions. And there's a variety of ways we could implement that, but that's the goal. And I wish that we could do it that way right now so that we didn't have to come and ask you for emergency, but it is an emergency and it's been very difficult to operate this year.
Okay, seeing no other questions, and probably get in trouble as vice chair right out of the bat, but I truly appreciate when user groups come together and work together. That is the ultimate thing that we've all been trying to do. We had to learn to do it in salmon, and I see you guys are trying to accomplish the same thing in groundfish, and I think it's a great thing happening. Thank you. All right. So do we have? Oh.
With that, I would like to make, I guess before we close this agenda,
Mr. Executive Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just anticipating where you might be wanting to go, Ms. Schumalo. But let's see, after public comment, there's an opportunity for council discussion. If there is none, we'd close the agenda item. And then if you do want to take up an emergency discussion, we would take it up after that time.
Okay, is there any council discussion on this, on what we've heard in public testimony? Okay, I will close this topic, and Asia, I think now is appropriate time to raise your hand.
And now with that, I have a motion. So the first motion I have is I move that the council reconsider the adoption of agenda item A4, September 2025 council meeting agenda.
I do believe this is a simple motion, thumbs up, thumbs down with all the others.
Mr. Vice Chair for the second.
Okay, Thank you. Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. All right. Get you to speak to your or does your motion?
This largely covers it, but I'd like to reopen the agenda to consider adding a broader discussion of to address some of the things that we heard under open public comment today.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, looks like the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Yes, Asia?
And then I have another motion. So I move the council amend agenda item A4 to add an agenda item to consider an emergency rule to update the 2026 harvest specifications and management measures for canary rockfish, short spine thorny head, and petrale sole. This new agenda item would be considered after agenda item G7, groundfish in season.
Hey, before I ask for the second, does that your motion reflect what you said on the screen there?
Yes, it does.
All righty. I get a second on that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Brad, manager. Any question of the motion maker, I believe? Corey, right.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Welcome. Thanks, Ms. Shamilo. My question for you is just a little bit on your intent of what this agenda item might look like. What analysis do you expect to come with it? What sorts of things do you want to come forward as it? Just getting my head around what this agenda item might actually include. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. And I'm wondering if that can be addressed to some degree in the rationale that I have, or yeah, maybe it'll be covered somewhat there. Okay. I guess if there are any other clarifying questions on the motion, happy to answer those.
Go ahead and speak to your motion, please.
Okay. So yeah, and remind me to get to what you just asked, but beyond the open public comment at this meeting, there's been a really big through line of open public comment across the meetings this year, and momentum of action from this council throughout the year, all finally capped by the recently available scientific information from the catch-only projections that these small increases to the annual specifications for petrale sole, short spine thorny head, and canary rockfish won't have any negative impact on the long-term health of those stocks. The commenters discussed today that these three species are important across all groundfish sectors in all three states, and that their combined reductions for 2025 and 2026 have created a new significant challenge for the fishery. The brand new information we have is the catch-only projections. They're new projections for 2026, but the unforeseen circumstances of the magnitude of the impacts and the combined decreases is the driver for the emergency. So the new information paired with these large impacts that we weren't anticipating when we took final action on specifications back in November of 2023. Industry has raised alarm bells about this throughout the year, and I won't spend time recapping that. I think we can spend that time in discussion later on when we get to the agenda item that I'm proposing that we bring up later. But there are these really small increases that we're talking about that won't affect the stocks and the long-term health of the stocks, but they have this really big potential to increase operational capabilities, operational flexibilities for the groundfish sectors throughout the fishing year while we're working hard, while the council's working hard on all these other actions like the specifications flexibility action that could ultimately open up the space to create this flexibility without emergency later on. I think this meets the need for the criteria for emergency action consideration. We can discuss that further, and that's one of the things that I would hope to discuss under the agenda item. So looking at the catch-only projections, thinking about whether or not we all collectively see that there's not this potential for long-term harm to the stocks, plus also considering the broader commentary from industry that they've been providing throughout the year. People are planning for their fishing years for 2026 right now. They're planning their allocation portfolios and for their fishing activities for area management to avoid these species. The time that it would take to complete notice and comment rulemaking or complete a larger action that would take multiple meetings would be significant. And the changes that are necessary would go into effect well after they'd be beneficial for the entire fleet for the entire year. At this point, with the information that I've seen so far, and this is what I'd like to discuss with everybody, I don't see a conservation risk with the increases in question, but the actions, these changes could have significant direct economic benefit to the and social benefit to the fisheries that we're dealing with. The motion here is just asking for that space for that consideration discussion. We're just looking for agreement for that, not agreement to make the recommendation right now to NOAA to do an emergency, but agreement to create the space for the discussion later in this meeting. So I'll stop there.
Well, thank you. Before we go into discussion, any more questions of the motion maker? Okay, seeing nothing, we're in council discussion now. Jamie
Thank
Dimon.
you, Vice Chair. I'd just like to say that I definitely support adding this to the in-season agenda as an emergency rule proposal. I believe this is very much in line with what the public has asked for over the years, this type of ability. Unfortunately, right now it has to be in an e-rule format. But I believe, we talk about overly burdensome management, reduction of flexibility in fisheries to be able to pivot because they're having to avoid things that aren't even necessarily a target. Recreational fisheries that are, running really tight on ACLs for different species that allow them to attain other species. And so I think this is a really important opportunity to show the public, especially to show our stakeholders, like we see these opportunities and we're willing to go there to provide more access and opportunity, or at least to explore the possibility of that when it's so glaringly possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. Anyone else? Corey?
Thanks, Vice. My question, I think, and thanks, Ms. Shamilo, for providing that during your rationale. I think my question is for council staff. If this was to move forward, would we expect to have some sort of analysis from the GMT or council staff or NIMS staff to help us weigh the pros and cons of what might come from that discussion, or just have some things to base that discussion on? Maybe that already exists somewhere and we can just be pointed to, but just curious sort of, this is not typical for the council, so just trying to figure out what sort of materials will be available for us when we enter this discussion.
That's a question for you, Executive Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thanks for the question, Ms. Writings. So if this motion passes, we're prepared to do several things, and then we'll have several other things coming from some advisory bodies. So what we'll do is we will update the agenda and we'll post that so that everyone has access to the new agenda online. We'll have a situation summary so that when we get to this agenda item, we'll have the usual course of things and you'll see what your action is and what you're considering. We have Jesse already teed up to help identify what the allocations to each fishery would look like if you get to this emergency item and it passes. In June, you asked the SSC to take a look at some revised projections. I think we started to anticipate maybe this was coming at that time. So we've already queued up the SSC to look at these revised projections and make sure that it's scientifically rigorous and meets the BSIA criteria. So you'll hear from them And then we would have the GMT and the GAP provide statements to you, helping to justify or not whether this meets the criteria for an emergency rule. So you'll have quite a bit of things coming your way if this passes.
Thank you, Merrick. Any other questions? For discussion, sorry. I guess I'll call for the question then. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. I think we are on to C1, habitat. I think we're going to do a little bit of shifting and changing.
This is about the time people can use a break.
Yeah, well, we got old boss man over there. I think we'll take a 10 minute break. Okay, it looks like we have critical mass. We are on C1, current habitat issues. See that Carrie Griffin is in all ready to go to lead us down the path to somewhere. Carrie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item C1. It's current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee, or HC, met online on September 16th to discuss current habitat-related issues and develop a supplemental report, which is in your briefing book now, C1A, Supplemental HC Report 1. They talked about a number of relevant issues, including a couple here highlighted on the situation summary. They're working on a Habitat Committee issues tracking database. They had elections and for a new vice chair. And there are other relevant updates. Also in your materials is supplemental ONMS, National Marine Sanctuaries Office report number 1, and that's a response to some questions that came out of their April ONMS coordination report, which they give to the council every year. And recall that there were a few follow-up questions that Ms. Sarah Fangman said, we'll get back to you on that. So that's what the that ONMS report is in there for, and we'll have Dr. Lisa Vonik speaking to that at the appropriate time. So after we have Dr. Scott Happel walk through the Habitat Committee report, then we'll go to reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies, and then public comment. I don't recall seeing any, well, there is public comment in there, but I think it's relevant to the ONMS report. And then the council action is to consider Habitat Committee report and recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Carrie, for that. Any questions of Carrie? Okay. Good report. Thank you. So I guess the first person up is Scott Happel. Give the Habitat Committee report.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you.
Very good. Well, good morning. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. I will be reading agenda item C1A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1, report on habitat issues. As Carrie just mentioned, the Habitat Committee met via webinar on September 16th. This report includes one recommendation, followed by several updates on issues and activities relevant to the Pacific Fishery Management Council's interest. First up, the recommendation for Port of Coos Bay Pacific Coast Intermodal Port Project. The recommendation first, the Habitat Committee recommends the Council task the HC with drafting comments on the Port of Coos Bay Channel Modification Notice of Intent, should there be a scoping request published in the near future. This may require Council to use the quick response procedure. Here are some details. The Habitat Committee briefed the Council in March 2025 on a major port and rail development project proposed by the Port of Coos Bay. The Pacific Coast Intermodal Port Project, PCIP, includes a channel modification project that would modify the Coos Bay Federal Navigation Channel to increase import-export capacity on the West Coast for large deep draft container ships. This includes widening and deepening the navigation channel, new large turning basins, and new ocean disposal sites near the mouth of Coos Bay. The Coos Bay rail line would receive upgrades along 115 miles of track and intercept several salmon-bearing streams. The NOI for the draft EIS is expected in December 2025. The NOI may request input on the scope of issues to address in the draft EIS. This would be an opportunity for Council to recommend that the draft EIS evaluate potential impacts to estuarine and freshwater habitats for FMP species, impacts to fishing and dockside support, and to evaluate project alternatives of least impact. The HC recommends the Council task the HC with drafting comments on the NOI should there be a scoping request. This could require, as I mentioned, the quick response process. Some additional updates on issues at the national, regional, and state level. First of all, on the Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program. At the June Council meeting, the HC informed the Council that BOEM had initiated a new 5-year Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program to replace its current 2024 to 2029 program in response to Executive Order 14154. This would replace Executive Order 14008 of 2001, which prohibited oil and gas leasing off the 3 West Coast states. In addition to that, each state has a moratorium on any new offshore oil and gas activities off their states. The new program identifies 25 planning areas in 3 OCS regions, including the Pacific OCS and Alaska OCS. Although Council did not submit comments, the 3 West Coast states commented in opposition to any new planning areas off their state, and links are provided in our report. Army Corps of Engineers nationwide permits. The Nationwide Permits Program is a general permit issued by the Army Corps of Engineers to authorize categories of activities in waters of the United States that the Corps has determined to have no more than minimal individual and cumulative adverse environmental impacts. The Corps considers revisions to NWPs about every 5 years and may propose new permits. There are currently 57 NWPs for in-water activities such as hydropower, channel modification, shellfish, seaweed aquaculture, seafloor cables, pipelines, oil and gas structures, and renewable energy pilot projects. In 2020, the Corps added 2 new NWPs for finfish and seaweed mariculture, to which the Council provided detailed comments on potential adverse effects to wild stocks, habitat, and fishing, and recommendations to improve permit notification and oversight. The finfish mariculture permit was subsequently withdrawn in March 2025 after the Federal District Court in Washington ruled that the Corps violated NEPA due to insufficient analysis. The lawsuit in this case was brought by a coalition of organizations that included fishing interests. In August, the Corps concluded a 30-day public comment period for the 2026 to 2031 NWP cycle. Proposed modifications include a new NWP for fish passage, reduced compliance thresholds for habitat impacts, and removal of mechanisms for coordinating with state regulatory agencies on project assessment and state-level compliance. Since at least 2017, the Corps has incrementally reduced impact thresholds and state coordination for several NWPs. Although it was not possible for the Council to comment during this recent opportunity, Washington, Oregon, and California addressed concerns in their state's coastal zone federal consistency review, and Washington and Oregon also commented through the individual state resource agencies. We provide links to those letters. At the regional level, a call for information for the Salmon Essential Fish Habitat Review has gone out. A call for information and data for the Salmon Essential Fish Habitat Review was posted on the Council website under News and Events on September 5th, 2025. The comment period closes December 3rd. The information can include, but is not limited to, peer-reviewed literature, unpublished scientific reports, data from government resource agencies, fisheries reports, and other sources of information, including previously unavailable or inaccessible data. Council will consider different types of information according to its scientific rigor. So I guess part of the comment there is to get the word out. For the Columbia River Systems operation in June 2025, HC briefed the Council on the government's pending supplemental environmental impact statement for the Columbia River Systems operation, CRSO. The SEIS was to be the first in a series of actions initiated by the Biden presidential memo and the Resilient Columbia River Basin Agreement, an MOU between federal, state, and tribal governments to help recover depleted salmon and steelhead populations in the Columbia Basin. On December 18th, 2024, the co-lead federal agencies published an NOI, Notice of Intent, to prepare the SEIS for the CRSO. The Habitat Committee was preparing to develop comments on behalf of the Council until President Trump's presidential memorandum of June 12, 2025, canceled the previous MOU, causing the agencies to rescind the NOI. The presidential memorandum also canceled the Resilient Columbia Basin Agreement itself that would have provided for a pause of at least 5 years in decades-long litigation over the federal Columbia River Dam's impact on Endangered Species Act listed salmon and steelhead. The rescission of the RCBA means there are no existing plans to revisit the 2020 Columbia River Systems Operation EIS. Overall, 63 specific comments to Oregon, Washington, and the Lower Columbia River Treaty Tribes regarding funding for Lower Snake River Compensation Plan hatcheries and fish restoration projects by the states and tribes, Lower Snake River Dam replacement studies, tribal energy investments, federal mitigation processes reforms, and other actions will no longer move forward. In terms of funding, $200 million that had been dedicated to maintenance and modernization at Lower Snake River mitigation hatcheries has been fully revoked, and BPA will no longer provide approximately $10 million per year for tribally and state-led fish restoration projects. In addition, dam operations will presumably revert from a negotiated operation to 2020 BIOP operation. Non-governmental organizations and sovereign plaintiffs have reinitiated the litigation in this system. Moving on, for the Groundfish Habitat Utilization Database, the Groundfish Habitat Utilization Database, or HUD, informs various aspects of groundfish EFH, including life history descriptions and trophic interactions, and represents an important first step for broader applications such as developing species distribution models. In 2015, an update to the HUD was initiated but not completed, and the HUD is currently unavailable. An update to the HUD was originally proposed to be supported with EFH Innovation and Advancement Funds, a competitive funding source typically made available annually by the NOAA Fisheries Office of Habitat Conservation. However, due to unexpected budget circumstances over the last 2 years, the funding has not panned out. Fortunately, NOAA Fisheries West Coast region was able to support this work this fiscal year, with a proposed update expected to be completed by the end of September 2026. It is important to note that the intent is to update the HUD in time to inform the next EFH review. However, this does not indicate when that review may begin. At the state level, changes in the Department of Interior, regulatory changes in the Sacramento Bay Delta. On September 9th, 2025, so just barely over a week ago, the Bureau of Reclamation held a quarterly meeting to provide an update on the long-term operation of the Central Valley Project. BOR plans to comply with Executive Order 1418, emergency measures to provide water resources in California and improve disaster response in certain areas, of January 24, 2025, while staying within NIMS guidance for the 2024 long-term operations and the 2024 BIOP. Revised operations are expected to deliver additional water to Southern California agriculture districts. Major changes to the operations as we understand them at this time is removal of the fall X2 requirement. First of all, the X2 is a geographical point in the Sacramento Delta at which water is 2 parts per thousand saline. This region of low salinity is associated with high primary productivity, zooplankton populations, and abundance of native species. Previously, that point was required to be 80 kilometers from the Golden Gate in September and October, following a wet year or above normal water year. This requirement is no longer in effect, allowing brackish water to intrude further into the estuary. Number 2, removal of early implementation of Delta export reduction. BOR will develop data and assist decisions from the State Water Resources Control Board involving implementation of the voluntary agreements. 3, revise entrainment management. Operation of the Delta pumps, which move water from the Sacramento River into Southern California, will no longer be required to minimize entrainment of juvenile salmonids and other fish species. Pumping operations are expected to be no more negative than 5,000 CFS at Old Middle River, except during storm events when pumping may increase to no more negative than 6,500 CFS, cubic feet per second. Number 4, revised governance and adaptive management. DOI has disbanded several scientific review committees. Further water operation decisions will be led by federal agencies. Under separate NEPA revisions, notice and comment rulemaking is no longer required, and public comment periods on water operations are now optional. Finally, number 5, adaptive management of NEPA. The new NEPA manual will have updates to the list of categorical exclusions that are intended to reduce paperwork and save time and resources for interagency actions. The revised CEs are not yet available, but are anticipated to give less consideration to cumulative effects on habitat and wildlife populations. Lastly, moving on to a couple bits of Habitat Committee member news. First of all, the Habitat Committee unanimously voted Justin Alvarez to be the Habitat Committee's vice chair through calendar year 2026. So thanks to Justin for stepping up into that role. And then finally, in a bit more sad news, and has already been noted by council, but Habitat Committee wanted to comment on this as well. But the Habitat Committee members, former and current, were deeply saddened to learn that Joel Kawahara had lost his life while salmon fishing off Nia Bay. For many years, Joel was a member of the Habitat Committee and served as chair for several of those years. Joel was more than a salmon fisherman. He was a strong and active advocate for salmon habitat and habitat generally. The Habitat Committee benefited greatly from Joel's knowledge and his active participation on the committee, as well as his unique dry humor. Joel leaves behind a legacy of productive advocacy that is sure to inspire others for years to come. Articles in the Seattle Times and the Jefferson County Beacon describe the many ways Joel engaged in his passion for salmon, habitat, and community. A memorial service will be held on October 26th in Quilcene, Washington, and there's a link to Joel's memorial website as well. And that concludes the written portion of the Habitat Committee report. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Scott, and thank you for those kind words. The Habitat Committee of Joel. He was a friend to us all. Any questions of Scott? Corey Wright.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Dr. Happel. Thank you for this in-depth report. Appreciate the various issues that you brought forward, and echoing our council leadership. Thank you for recognizing the loss of Joel. In reading this, there's a couple things that pop out to me in particular, although there's a lot in here, which is the cancellation of the RCBA, as well as the changes in the long-term operations of the Central Valley project, which you both noted, or you noted both of those things here. However, you didn't offer to sort of write a letter on the council's behalf or give us sort of a next actions thing, which sometimes you do. So I'm curious if you could share with us what the discussion in the committee was like, and if there were thoughts about recommendations for if and how the council should take any next steps on those items.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings. Is it Dr. Ridings yet for that question?
No,
we did have. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, we did have, thank you very much. We did have some conversation about that. And with regard to the RCBA, the states have commented on that. There doesn't seem to be a current opportunity to comment. So we didn't have a lot of conversation there. For the Central Valley project, we did have a fair bit of conversation and a lot of back and forth about what should go into this report at this time. And I guess I would say at this point in time, the reason we are not recommending that the council comment, but could definitely task the Habitat Committee to track, is that the information that we presented is from a quarterly report from BOR and the Central Valley Project long-term operations. It was released less than a week before the September HC meeting occurred, and was a presentation for which we provide a link to a PowerPoint slide set, but it's not a formal policy change document. So we hope to have a bit more detail before providing formal comment and recommendation. But it's an intent that the Habitat Committee will work to generate additional detail. And if desired, we would love to provide the council with additional information at the November meeting, if so tasked.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? John North.
Question for Dr. Happel. You know, in regard to the council providing comments via the Habitat Committee on that Coos Bay Channel modification EIS, which ODFW does support doing that. I was wondering if approval for the quick response process was needed at this meeting, or is there any reason to wait until the November meeting? Would we know any more at that point, or does it matter?
Through the chair, North, thank you for that question. I'm not sure I have a definitive answer to that. I suppose we could conceptually say yes at this point in time. The Habitat Committee should plan on doing that. Perhaps by November, we may have a more certain deadline as to when such a letter is due. But of course, we'd leave it to the discretion of the council as to which action to take.
Okay, any other questions for Dr. Appel? Seeing and hearing none, thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you very much.
Next will be Dr. Lisa Wonick, C1B Supplement, Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. Dr. Wonick.
Good morning. I think you can all hear me.
You're doing great.
Good. Thank you. I first want to also acknowledge that I'm very sad to hear about Joel Kawahara's passing. He was an amazing a member of the Habitat Committee, and he also served on the Olympic Coast Advisory Council. So Joel, not only was he a great fisherman, but he also committed a lot of his time to service. So thank you to Joel. I would like to now just summarize the response from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries based on the questions that you had for Sarah Fangman's presentation back in April. So one of the questions was related to wanting to be informed about this National Marine Sanctuaries Act 304A5 guidance. And NOAA is working to revise that guidance to address the council's comments, as well as those from the other regional fishery management councils. So that guidance will still be forthcoming. The next question that the Pacific Fishery Management Council had was they wanted sanctuaries to elaborate on how they are using the deep sea floor community tracker for their sanctuary watch program, and how they're using it to get insights on the groundfish trawl survey data. So the specific question was, what would that product do? So the purpose of the West Coast National Marine Sanctuary's Deep Sea Floor Community Tracker would be to annually reproduce this valuable suite of time series for each of the National Marine Sanctuaries on the West Coast to enable sanctuary managers, partners, and advisors and other interested stakeholders to track how the status and trends of the focal resources are changing. This deep sea floor tracker is being modeled after the West Coast National Marine Sanctuary's Marine Heatwave Tracker, and there's a link to that Marine Heatwave Tracker in our response to your questions. The next question speaks to how California sanctuaries are interacting with the California's Ocean Protection Council on the state's 30 by 30 effort. So the response here is twofold. And it's the council expressed concerns whether there would be any changes that would impact fishing activity. So first, I want to answer whether any sanctuaries have any plans to speak to lawful fishing activity. First off, NOAA is not currently planning changes to regulations as part of the joint Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary and Cordell Bank National Marine Sanctuary management plan review process, and no other sanctuaries in California, National Marine Sanctuaries, are currently in the management plan review process, and NOAA is not considering changes to any National Marine Sanctuary regulations in California. Secondly, we recently heard from OPC that they would be including the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary as part of counting towards the state's 30 by 30 goal. We heard this at the June 10th meeting, and they are including only the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary state waters as counting towards the state's 30 by 30 goal, with recognition of the co-stewardship approach being taken by that sanctuary. And then you can see some metrics for the 30 by 30 conservation areas and how much that area is. But under this revised definition of 30 by 30 conservation areas, including Chumash Heritage in state waters, California currently stands at 21.9% of coastal waters conserved. Then there was another question from the council that they want to know if we've also analyzed habitats that did not have coral and the associated groundfish in those areas for comparison. So the research that the National Marine Sanctuaries are doing is currently focused on hard substrate habitats, not soft bottom substrates, although that would be a valuable future project. And then the final question was about Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary. They are going through their draft management plan public comment period, or when they go through their public comment period, will it overlap with the council meetings? And the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries generally strives to align public comment periods with the Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings whenever possible. And although this is not always possible when under constraints outside of our control, but we will update the council as soon as we have a better idea of the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary draft management plan publication date. And that is my summary of the answers that the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and NOAA created in response to your questions.
Okay, Dr. Wolnick, thank you for your very complete report. Are there any questions of the doctor? Jamie?
Thank you, through the Vice Chair. Thank you for your report. I really appreciate you following up on the sanctuaries and 30 by 30 nexus. My predecessor, Councilmember Grelnick, had brought up this concern, and I really appreciate you emphasizing that there is no plan to change sanctuaries to fit 30 by 30. I believe our sanctuaries have strong, very high levels of protection in place, and it's and we're very excited to see the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary included into the 30 by 30, and I just appreciate your update.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got him. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Don't go too far, Doctor, because it looks like you're signed up for public comment.
No, I'm not. That was a mistake.
Okay.
I'm just trying to navigate through all of this, the jot, the ring, all the instructions that I got. So if I signed up, that was an error on my part.
Well, you're officially released then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any council discussion on this, further on this topic? Marcy, Miss Remco. I apologize. I'll get this.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. There's a lot to talk about under this agenda item. And first, I want to shout out to the sanctuaries. I have not, that I can ever recall, seen a nice, clear, detailed response in our record to questions that we've previously posed. And it's great. It's clear. It's very responsive. And again, it just reflects, I think, the ongoing commitment that the Sanctuary Office has to participating in our process. And just want to acknowledge my appreciation for that. And it's great to hear Lisa virtually, and we'll look forward to seeing sanctuaries present to us on their annual report in March. So thanks for that. The Habitat Committee report, I also want to just recognize kind of the suite of items that are included in the updates and activities sections, several of which have been of interest to the council over quite a long term. I'm not sure who all to thank for providing discussions into the Habitat Committee room, but I think this really does speak to the importance of the Habitat Committee as an advisory body to us. This is there's not going to be a single agency or a single individual that is going to be able to present this type of a comprehensive overview of ongoing activities. And so I just want to thank them for that, and just to acknowledge that I really appreciate the specific updates on California. I'm not as tuned into some of the networks that the folks on the Habitat Committee are, and it is really a great service that they provide to us to keep us up to date on so many different things that are critical to our habitat, and how important these things are to our considerations on EFH and on habitat more generally. Looking at the California item and the update on the long-term operations of the CVP, I appreciate Dr. Happel's responses to Corey Writing's inquiry. I do want to hear more in November. I do want to acknowledge the history that our council has on writing letters on this topic to Bureau of Reclamation and expressing our concerns. These major changes that have been identified in this report are quite alarming. As much as we are doing on our side to conserve salmon resources and give our habitat an opportunity as necessary to restore in the face of climate events, this list is quite concerning. Saltwater intrusion, revised entrainment management that no longer requires minimization of juvenile salmonids and other species, getting rid of notice and comment rulemaking, optional public comment periods. These things are alarming. I don't know how else to say it. And I'm not sure what we do about this. I do think we have a strong history of commenting on content related to the long-term operations of the CVP. So I think the time may come again for more comment or other, perhaps working in other venues. But again, I can't appreciate enough the offers of the Habitat Committee to continue to keep us apprised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Remco. Mrs. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I want to echo the advice we had this morning from our chair, saying let's carry the spirit of Joel forward as we go through our work. And I can't imagine not making a strong comment on the floor, echoing what Ms. Maremko just said. But I witnessed last year for the first time the process of managing salmon fisheries. And people were in tears. It's so difficult. There's so few fish, and we try so hard to do it right. And I've also witnessed firsthand recreational and commercial operators who work in the rivers trying to bring these salmonids up and down and putting hatcheries in. Everybody's trying so hard, but we all know we can't do it because there are bigger forces at work. Marcy provided the list of those, but these are profound impacts on our program. It's like pushing that wet noodle uphill. We're really struggling when we don't have the water quantity, quality, protection for salmonids. We have a number of projects, really good projects, many of which included tribal programs. We've got categorical exclusions. It's disbanding of scientific committees. How are we supposed to succeed at our job when these forces are working against a healthy, sustainable salmon fishery? It's discouraging. I commend Dr. Heppel for reading that report in such a peppy voice. And I really hope that for the record, it's noted that this council is discouraged and disheartened. And I don't know how we turn around the next year during this salmon process and put our nose to the grindstone and manage fisheries, putting people out of business, profound socioeconomic impacts up and down the coast. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mr. John North.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. In regards to that notice of intent on the Port of Coos Bay Channel Mod environmental impact statement, I just want to make clear that ODFW does support, providing comments via the Habitat Committee on that, given the potential impacts from the dredging and the dredge spoils, disposal out in the ocean, and also from railway upgrades that could, impact a lot of freshwater salmon habitat. And I don't really have a preference if we, provide that guidance for a quick response now or in November. Either way works for me. I was just wondering if we'd know any more. But.
Is there a question for Merrick there? Is that a question or a statement? Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, John, on that, as I read it, and I've scrolled back up, but I think the notice of intent is probably going to come out in December. Is that correct? So we still have the November meeting, so it's on our radar screen, and I suspect we'll hear from the Habitat Committee again, and without even having the notice of intent yet, we can sort of keep it in the back of our minds, but be prepared to act on that.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Ms. Corey Wrighty.
Thanks, Vice. Just a quick comment to ask the Habitat Committee to continue to update the Council on the RCBA litigation, if and how that moves forward and whenever that's appropriate.
Okay, any further questions or comments? All righty, seeing none, I will close this agenda item out and move to highly migratory species management, D. Got to change some seats, I think, here. All righty, it looks like we are pretty prepared. Looks like we're going to have some people online. And Carrie, since you did so well at the last topic, we'll go ahead and have you read this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate it. Excuse me. This is agenda item D1, the National Marine Fisheries Service report on highly migratory species. The National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region HMS branch will provide a report on regulatory matters related to HMS management on the U.S. West Coast. There are two NMFS reports in your briefing book, an advanced D2A NMFS report 1 and then a supplemental D2A NMFS report 2, which Mr. Ryan Wolf will speak to. And I also wanted to note before we move on with the rest of the agenda that typically both the regulatory update from NMFS and the Science Center update happen in September, but this time we're switching it up a little bit. This will focus on the regulatory update, and then the Southwest Fisheries Science Center will provide an update at the November meeting under the NMFS report. So just in case anyone was expecting that at this meeting, it will be in November. I mentioned the two NMFS reports. There's also a supplemental D2A highly migratory species advisory subpanel report in your briefing book. And then I think before we go to those, we'll probably start with an update from the WCPFC rep, the council's rep, Krista Svensson. So, and then after all the reports, there's public comment. I didn't see any as of yet, and then council discussion and comment as appropriate. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you. Any questions of Carrie? Seeing none, I will move right to Mr. Ryan Wolf. Ryan,
Thank
are
you,
you
Mr.
with us?
Vice Chair. Yep, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm going to provide a summary of our reports, starting with our initial NIMS report. The West Coast region held new and refresher training for fishery observers in July. These observers are currently being deployed on the West Coast here in the EFP fisheries, drift gillnet, deep set buoy gear fisheries. Second, on July 22nd, we announced the receipt of 2 new EFP applications for night set buoy gear in the Federal Register. That comment period closed August 21st with no comments. And the council has already provided their input on those, and therefore those 2 EFPs were issued on September 2nd. And then finally, as I noted at the June council meeting, in early June, we issued 2 exempted fishing permits for fishing with extended length buoy gear and 5 exempted fishing permits for fishing with midwater snap gear after completing our federal review. That included a Section 7 consultation under the Endangered Species Act, record of decision on the final environmental impact statement pursuant to NEPA. So there has been some fishing that has occurred. We have heard from some of our EFP holders some concerns with the effectiveness of those fishing configurations for current conditions, a few safety issues with some of the operational requirements, and we continue to work on that with the applicants to understand their concerns and evaluate measures so that we can maintain some engagement in continuing these exploratory fishing with this alternative gear. I'd also want to note that we have updated, it took us a little while, obviously, as Jen noted earlier, we've had some staffing reductions on the whole in the West Coast region. We have finally updated our HMS EFP website. So we've removed outdated information such as the old buoy gear EFPs, since that's now an authorized fishery. And for the EFPs that I just discussed, all of those, both night set as well as the midwater snap extended link, all of those are now posted on our website. You can see the operative and the active terms and conditions that they have to follow, and also what is the language in the individual permits. It says sample permit online, but that just is because we are not posting the ones that have the personal identifiable information on it, but it's identical to what the language is identical to the permits themselves. So that can be seen if you just Google HMS West Coast Region exempted fishing permits, you'll come to it. I'm also happy to provide a link to anyone who's interested in finding that website. And then with your indulgence, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll speak to my second report here and then open up on questions on either. So under our NIMS report 2, we provided, this is just an announcement that NIMS made on August 29th of the 2025 Marine Mammal Protection Act comparability finding determinations for harvesting nations. So this has been in the works for some time. It's run obviously not out of the West Coast region, out of NIMS headquarters, but I thought the council might be interested in this. It does in detail. There's links here that you can follow, looking at the specific comparability findings under the Marine Mammal Protection Act import provisions. It does result in 46 nations facing import restrictions of fish products from certain fisheries. We did issue full comparability findings for 89 nations, but those 46 are either, there's 12 of those nations where all of their fisheries did not receive comparability findings, and then there's 34 that received partial comparability findings, and the specifics are all in that link. The impact of this is starting January 1st, 2026. Fish and fish products from those foreign fisheries without a comparability finding will be barred from U.S. markets. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Great presentation. Any questions of Mr. Wolf? Krista Svensson?
Yeah, thank you,
Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ryan, for the reports. I did have one question under the list of foreign fisheries, and really thank you for all of the work on that and the timeliness in terms of getting it out to allow people who are working on importing fish the ability to understand how this is going to impact them. I am curious, and I really haven't seen the breakdown on this specifically. Do you have any idea how many of the 240 fisheries that have been denied comparability findings, how many of those are related to HMS stocks that could potentially be imported into the U.S. that would impact our fisheries here? And then the second one, and maybe I haven't read all of the detail, but I'm curious about the second part of this notification around, hey, people can reapply beginning in 2026. If there is any indication in terms of timeline for those 46 countries to become comparable. For those of you that have not been following this process, we started down this road about 5 years ago. So I'm just wondering if this is a 5-year process for people who had adverse impacts, or what we're really looking at.
Yes, to the Vice Chair, you want me to respond?
Go ahead, Ryan. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes, thanks for the question. We have not done the analysis on the exact types of imports that might impact. I mean, I haven't even been able to look at all of the specifics myself to see if there's how much we're actually importing from these countries, and then the breakdown between what type of fisheries they are, for example, HMS versus others. So unfortunately, I don't have that information. Regarding the process for countries that have been denied, I do know that, I mean, it's just, I can't give an overall timeline for what that might mean for the process for a country who's got a partial comparability or denied comparability to becoming into comparability compliance, so to speak. I do know a number of countries who are on that list have already started reaching out to our headquarters office that is working on this. They're just in the beginning process of starting those dialogues and setting them up to discuss this with other countries. So maybe I'll have more information at the November meeting, but at this point, there's no specific timeline that has been kind of considered as we're just starting the initial discussions with those countries.
Okay. Ms. Rebecca Lent, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wolf, for being with us this morning. I'm really pleased to see this rulemaking is finally coming online. It is older than 5 years. It started when I was still working at the Fisheries Service before I began my marine mammal career. It's a huge project, and I really appreciate the work done by NIMS. It's part of leveling the playing field, which is my mantra. And taking a quick look at this impact on swordfish imports in the top 3 or 4 countries, I don't think it's going to help in the sense that Ecuador, for example, supplies about half of our swordfish imports, and the ban only applies to swordfish caught with gill nets or entanglement nets, probably, and therefore not lawn lines, which I assume are the major type of gear. So Ecuador just needs something called a certificate of admissibility when they come in, and hopefully that'll be closely scrutinized by the Seafood Import Monitoring Program. Similar to the question raised by Ms. Svensson, I'm curious, council-wide, what's the impact on all of our species managed by this council? Is there a way, maybe the team at NOAA headquarters in Silver Spring has a searchable database so we can put in all the names of the fish that we manage, and are any imports impacted by this on January the 1st? I'd love to see that if possible. But again, thank you for the work, and look forward to January 1st. Thank you.
Ben?
Yeah, to the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. for the comments. I appreciate them. It's a good question. So this is something that I can take back and work with our headquarters folks. I mean, it's something between now and the November council meeting, which will occur, of course, before January 2026. perhaps I could come back with a little bit more information on the specifics of these. Again, this was only rolled out a couple weeks ago from a news perspective, and even us in the region we didn't see the final results until they were kind of ready to be rolled out. So I'm happy to take this back and perhaps give you some more of that information that you and Ms. Svensson have been requesting at the next council meeting under the HMS agenda items there.
Dr. Litt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wolf. I have a question about the EFPs, but if we want to continue the discussion on the MMPA import rule, I'll pause.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, just a quick question. Now, my understanding is that the EFPs that were issued in June were for the extended length buoy gear and snap gear, and that those two gear types have to make at least 40 sets before the modified long-line EFPs can be authorized. Well, first of all, I apologize, and maybe the new spanking brand new website has the answer to this question, but I couldn't find a documentation of that staggered approach in the various FEIS, record decision, BIOP, et cetera. But I do know that it was brought up in our discussions. Maybe you can point me to that. And could you give us an update on where we are this season with those 40 sets? Are we getting close? And will there be an announcement once the rest of the EFPs, the ones for the modified long line, are actually issued? Thank you.
Mr. Wolf.
Yes, Vice Chair, thank you, Dr. Lent, for the question. So you're referencing, it's actually 45 fishing days or equivalent of sets really for small scale EFP effort before we're authorizing the larger scale modified long line. So that's in the biological opinion, the Section 7 consultation. That's where you can find that. And during our consultation, we considered uncertainty in our projected impacts for the small-scale EFP activities, given we had limited to no data on those configurations. So rather than have all of the EFPs start at the same time, we decided on a phased-in approach where we could collect some data on the smaller-scale activities first. This was kind of a precautionary approach to build confidence in our projected impacts based on the data from other HMS fisheries operating in the Eastern Pacific. So that's the rationale behind it. It is part of our proposed action. It's in the biological opinion, like I said. And then regarding I think the other two questions you have, I don't have the exact numbers. I think the last time I looked at it, we were getting close to 30 of those days completed by those two sectors. So I think we're right around there at this point. And then yes, so if we get to the point where we complete those and then are moving on to authorizing the remaining exempted fishing permit applications or exempted fishing permits, then we would notify the council to that. Well, if it happens prior to the November meeting, we would definitely update at the November council meeting. And then if we're very close to getting to issue those, that's probably also something that we would report out under this agenda item in November as well.
Thank you, Ryan. Ms. Righty.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Wolf. Just building on your response there, noting that there are these 45 sets, when it sounds like that will be likely, if we're at 30, 45, maybe some point soon, when you reach that point, and if you decide to grant the two EFPs, are you going to report back to us on the performance of those 45 sets?
Ryan?
I'm happy to give a general update on that to the extent we have. We have to wait for debriefing and stuff and data to come in, but we typically don't do reports in real time. But of course, given the interest of these, I think November would be a good time to at least give some initial responses as well, and kind of what we're generally seeing. But I don't want that to be taken in differently than the kind of more full reports that we usually require of EFPs that we provide to the council that are, done in I believe, typically on a more annual basis. But I'm happy to give a general report of just what we're seeing at the next council meeting.
Any other questions of Ryan? Okay, seeing none. Carrie, how we doing here?
I think you're doing fine. There was no public comment. I don't know if there's going to be more council discussion, but real quickly, most of you probably realized I jumped ahead a little bit. There is no HMSAS report under this or update from WCPFC rep. I was looking at the next agenda item, but I think there might be more council discussion under this one first.
Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, not much discussion, but I'm just want to, well, when Ryan said he hadn't had a time to get in the details on the comparability findings, I wasn't going to press, but I was interested in what Dr. Lent had to say and wondering what we can understand more in the future about how this, it's been a big topic about how for swordfish in particular, for those who are new, and how the fairness of the way we regulate our fisheries versus what other countries do. And so, yeah, I was curious whether this would have any effect at all. I'm maybe disappointed to hear that it's not having much of effect, but it would be, yeah, I just wanted to echo on what the thread Dr. Lent was going on, and when appropriate in the future, it would be nice to have some more information on how this is affecting the fisheries managed here at the council.
Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks, Cora, for the comments. Yeah, I mean, I haven't done a really detailed analysis. I mean, if you look at them, at least on first blush, there's, a lot of gill nets fisheries that didn't receive comparability finding to some extent, some demersal longlines and things like that. But yeah, I'm not seeing as much on the potential fleets that we would import, for example, swordfish from, and maybe that's because it's a marine mammal focus versus, turtles or other protected resources focus. But again, this is something we're just digesting too, even in me and my staff. So happy to try and dig into this a little bit more and maybe provide some more details and information, both from a region and headquarters perspective at the next meeting.
Thank you, Ryan. Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, just echoing what others have said, I think along the lines of the questioning of Dr. Lent and Ms. Svensson and Corey Niles, their information. I guess the only maybe different message I would add to it is I'm curious if these import restrictions create any type of gap in supply of fish that could be satisfied by U.S. domestic fisheries, our West Coast fisheries. And I think what we've directed, and Ryan said that they would be looking into, we might get to some of that. Just haven't looked ahead at under this one to HMS topics in November, but the advisory sub-panel, I mean, I had an opportunity to talk to a few of the people in the fishery. Not all of them were on the sub-panel, but some are. And they have a lot of knowledge about markets and fish and what's happening. And for this council, is there a gap that we should be aware of that are domestic fisheries that we should take some consideration? So add that into the mix of information. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Hathmer, for the comments. Completely. I do think that needs to be added to the discussion as well, right? We currently import over 80% of our swordfish and over 70% of our bluefin. So, yeah, there's a supply gap for sure from West Coast fisheries.
Thank you. Any more? Krista?
Yeah.
Or Ms. Svensson.
Thank you. And really, I just want to thank everybody for leaning in and engaging on this topic. It's surfaced under HMS Fisheries, but I do really appreciate the comments from Dr. Lent around it might be worthwhile for an analysis of fisheries outside of HMS. I'm just going to real quickly here read the title of an article to get at our chair's question around domestic. This is the article in Undercurrents, if you want to read a little more about what this means for some importers. It's called U.S. Foreign Fisheries Ban Threatens Death Punch to Swimming Crab Importers. So I would probably argue that there is room for crab in some way, shape, or form, depending on price point. I think the impact for fisheries that are used to importing into the United States that no longer have that ability probably is very significant. I will say, having worked for a company that does import tuna into the United States, this has been on our radar for 5 years. It has been a major topic of conversation in terms of concern around how to support U.S. markets, whether that's with U.S. product or with imports. And we do both, I will say that. But I think having a clearer understanding in a database, if possible, that is searchable for people would be really beneficial. And I don't know that the ability is there in terms of resources. I think the ability absolutely is there in terms of talent with the folks that have worked on this process. But I do recognize, even from comments earlier this morning, that our resources are limited. But I think as we work through this, it will be important to continue thinking about how all of the fish and fisheries that we are working on really work together, right? So topics come up under HMS and they may be applicable elsewhere. Topics come up under groundfish, they may be applicable in other FMPs. But that ability to lean in and learn from each other is important. And I think the list of foreign fisheries has been really great in terms of starting those conversations. So just once again, Ryan, thanks for all of the work your team has done on this, and thanks for helping start the discussion today about it.
Thank you, Ms. Svensson. You get any comment from that, Ryan?
No, just thank you. I appreciate the comments.
All righty. Any more comment? I see no public comment. Am I seeing that, guys, back there? No public comment still? All righty. Well, I think we've wrapped this up. Our next item is D2. By the old clockarooski, it looks like we could break a little early for lunch for all your hard work and diligence we've done this morning. So how about we come back at 1 o'clock and take a lunch? All right, thank you.
You should have been in there.
We could find our seats. We got about 1 minute. Thank you. Everybody we're going to get, and it's 1 o'clock, so we'll get started on D2, International Management Activities. Mr. Griffin, you're up to map what we're supposed to be doing.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D2, Highly Migratory Species International Management Activities. As reported at the June Council meeting, there were a number of meetings that were held over the summer, and there are implications for West Coast HMS fisheries management. These meetings included the Joint Working Group on Pacific Bluefin Tuna, the 21st regular session of the Northern Committee, and U.S. meetings of the Scientific Advisory Committee and the General Advisory Committee to the IATTC. And these are described in the National Marine Fisheries Service report, D2A NIMS report 1. There's also a D2A supplemental NIMS report 2. That was submitted because the IATTC meeting in Panama happened September 1st through 5th recently, and it was after the advanced briefing book deadline had already passed. And so you can read about that in the NIMS report 2, which Mr. Wolf will speak to momentarily. There's also a supplemental D2A supplemental HMS advisory subpanel report in your briefing book materials as well. The order of events for this agenda item is we'll hear from Ms. Krista Svensson this time on an update on WCPFC matters, and then turn to Mr. Wolf for the NIMS report, and then go to the HMSAS report. And I don't think there's any public comment. I didn't see any recently. And then the council's action is to provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings and other forums as appropriate. That concludes my overview.
Oops. Okay, thank you. So we'll get right into it. Ms. Svensson, you're up for your council report. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try and keep this one short. This is really relevant in terms of how we make recommendations to WCPFC. It is not that I'm aware of in the briefing book, and I did read through again this morning, but the Permanent Advisory Committee Federal Register notice came out quite recently. This is the group that advises U.S. commissioners and the commission to WCPFC, and their meeting will be October 6th through 8th. That is open to the public if they wish to attend online by webinar. There is one date that may or may not be relevant depending on how our conversation goes today, and that is that if things are wanted to be submitted into the briefing book for them for the PAC meeting, those need to be in by the 22nd, which is tomorrow. So whether you're a member of the public interested in putting something in with regard to a topic that's on their agenda, or whether it is we want to take a decision such as forwarding our recommendations from the advisory subpanel, if appropriate, now is the time really to discuss that on short order. And for anybody interested in attending, they should reach out through the federal notice to the appropriate parties to let them know that they're coming. With that, I will close my comments around this, but really this is the first step in terms of how we provide input into WCPFC. So this is the meeting that sets really the tone and the conversation around U.S. positions going into WCPFC in late November, early December.
Thank you, Ms. Feston. Any questions of Ms. Swenson? Seeing none, thank you for your report. Now we'll move down to D2A, NIMS Report 1. Mr. Ryan Wolf, are you on the air?
I'm here.
Okay. Commence, please. Hear you loud and clear.
Okie doke. So we have two NIMS reports. As carried out, the first one we submitted prior to the IATTC meeting, as that happened after the advanced briefing book deadline. This report has a summary of recent international meetings related to HMS fisheries, and I'll touch on a couple of them to give the outcomes. There was the 10th session of the joint IATTC WC PFC working group on the management of Pacific bluefin tuna. That was held July 9th to the 12th in Toyama, Japan. The key topic of discussion there, we're looking at options for a long-term harvest strategy and a suite of harvest control rules for Pacific bluefin. There was reports from countries on their fishing activities, both commercial and recreational. And this was the first time we saw the full result of the management strategy evaluation, and there was no agreement on a specific harvest control rule to move forward with to be the kind of key component of the long-term strategy. So teed up a number of other intersessional work that will happen before that group meets again more formally next July, which will also be in Japan, in Nagasaki. That was immediately followed in Toyama by the 21st regular session of the Northern Committee on the 14th and 15th of July, which primarily focused on conservation and management measures for northern stocks, in particular North Pacific albacore and swordfish. On North Pacific albacore, the U.S. advocated for a mixed approach to managing the fishery, where surface fleets would adhere to total allowable effort constraints and longline fleets would have a total allowable catch constraint, considering that's where generally the positions of the countries with those main fleets have been, but we still cannot reach agreement on this. And this will be a, excuse me, a major topic of discussion over the coming year, as we expect to see some potential albacore proposals at the next meeting of the IATTC next September in 2026. The Northern Committee did give some guidance to the International Scientific Committee for Tuna and Tuna-like Species in the North Pacific, the ISC, in particular to have them provide estimates of the historical impact of each fleet group based on fishing intensity during the time periods of 2002 to 2004 and 1999 to 2015. So looking at those ranges, we feel those estimates of historical impact would be actually helpful in answering the council's request here from the June meeting on what the impacts will be for fishery participants if any management response is triggered in that North Pacific albacore harvest strategy that was adopted. For North Pacific swordfish, the ISC stated it lacked the capacity to complete a management strategy evaluation for that, but if they had resources, they could probably complete it over the next 5-year period. The U.S. offered to provide a technical analyst, and after some discussions in the margins, the Northern Committee agreed to initiate work on that MSC for the Western and Central North Pacific Ocean swordfish. And then after that, we had the advisory meetings to the U.S. delegation, the 18th meeting of the Scientific Advisory Subcommittee, and the 33rd meeting of the General Advisory Committee to the U.S. section. Those were held at the end of July. We had some presentations from the IATTC staff on the stock assessments and their recommendations, and that's where we kind of debated and discussed and got feedback on potential U.S. proposals, which resulted in support for, and then ultimately the U.S. putting forward 4 proposals to the Commission this year, one on tropical tunas, one on silky sharks, one on high seas boarding and inspections, and then we co-sponsored a proposal with Korea regarding protection of cetaceans, which was a measure to be consistent with what was adopted last year, I believe, at WCPFC. So that concludes my report there. And with your indulgence, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll just give a quick summary of the second report and then happy to take any questions. Because the second report then really provides what happened at the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission, the IATTC. The pre-meetings and subcommittee meetings or working groups happened the last week of August, and then the first week of September was the IATTC plenary. It was a very busy meeting. There were 19 proposals put forward for consideration by the commission. However, the meeting was dominated by kind of intertwined negotiations, if you will, related to the budget for the coming year, as well as the tropical tuna management measure discussion. So when it comes to tropical tunas, they did complete a recent yellowfin stock assessment, which was the last one of the suite of tropical tunas that was needed. It showed that that stock as well is in healthy condition. The IATTC staff recommended a potential reduction in the current purse seine closure period for up to 10 days. The commission ultimately came up with a package that adopted a revision of the overall tropical tuna resolution that was actually not set to expire till next year. So it will cover next year, and then it has protocols in place to extend it through 2028 based on the results of the management strategy evaluation for Big Eye next year. But assuming that goes as planned, then this measure actually will probably end up turning out to be a 3-year measure through 2028. Key components of this agreement included a reduction in purse seine closure days of 8 days. So now the 72-day closure that purse seine vessels have to observe will now be 64 days. And then kind of a unique approach. There was a one-time fee that will be levied on purse seine vessel owners based on their cubic meters of well volume, which will allow us to raise essentially the $2 million or just shy of to do the skipjack and the yellowfin tagging survey work to allow us to maintain the robust stock assessments for skipjack and in particular yellowfin tuna going forward. And that was a big recommendation of the staff and something the U.S. championed to help get us over the finish line because otherwise there was not going to be any potential way to fund that major project that will be the kind of pillar of our future stock assessments. So in summary, out of those 19, only 9 proposals made it through with some modifications. Obviously, tropical tuna, like I noted. There was a measure on fish aggregating device retrieval for fads that have kind of drifted out of the area and no longer being fished, so they can be retrieved before washing up on island shores. We did get our U.S. proposal to at least extend the silky shark protections for another 3 years. There was a South Pacific Albacore Joint Working Group, and the terms of reference for that between IATTC and WCPFC established. There's also a IATTC working group established for Dorado or mahi-mahi. A little bit of a shark management resolution looking at a pilot for new safe handling and release practices. And then there was the budget, an amended capacity loan chartering resolution, and finally, a process in place to have the Secretariat look at the overall amount of resolutions that are still in effect and recommend if any are kind of outdated or duplicative and kind of look at that legal framework. And finally, all of our existing commission officers were reelected to their roles for another term, and the IATTC Executive Director, Dr. Arnulfo Franco, was reappointed to another 4-year term. That will be his second as the Executive Director of the Commission. And that concludes my report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Any questions, O'Brien? Mr. Niles, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ryan, for the report. I might have misheard, but I think you might have mentioned a little more than was written on the North Pacific albacore. You said the U.S. was advocating the surface fleets have the effort type control and the long line, the total allowable catch type approach, and then you said there wasn't consensus. Could you elaborate a little bit more on, if I heard right, on where the areas of disagreement were?
Yeah, to the right chair. Thanks, Mr. Niles, for the question. Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to, I think we've discussed in the past, right? I mean, we have a harvest strategy that says if you trigger, certain reference points, then you have to reduce fishing intensity, but we have not defined fishing intensity. So I think you'll hear from our folks. Once again, I think there's been strong views of looking at total allowable effort versus total allowable catch on our side. The long line, the countries that typically focus on their long line fleets for albacore have wanted have wanted fishing intensity based on total allowable catch. So we're still kind of at odds there. So that's why the only result of the Northern Committee was to kind of try and get a little bit more information on the impacts, et cetera, and looking at different ranges of dates to the ISC. But again, this is the debate that continues to go on how we're going to define fishing intensity and potentially manage that if a future action is triggered by the long-term strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Niles. Dr. Lent?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wolf, for the presentation. The cetacean measure that was proposed jointly with Korea, you mentioned that has been adopted in the WCPFC. I'm wondering, what's the resistance in the IATTC to adopting this, or did you just run out of time? Thank you.
Thank you, through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lemon, for the question. It really focused around the challenge we have in the Eastern Pacific is we actually have a whole fishery that has a whole separate international agreement that allows for intentional targeting of cetaceans, dolphins in particular, to then set your tuna per se. So the challenge in the Eastern Pacific is trying to have a measure that everyone felt comfortable with, was not jeopardizing or trying to circumvent the measures that are in place at the AIDCP, the Agreement for International Dolphin Conservation Program. So that was where a lot of the countries got hung up on for the most part. There was still some comments from other countries about some of the, best handling practices and some interesting kind of back and forth. But I think we would have gotten through that. It was really, how do you handle a measure that is saying not to set on cetaceans when you actually have a whole agreement that is kind of intertwined or connected to the IATTC that allows setting on dolphins. So that was the challenge, although we did leave with a subset of the group that generally have that type of fishery to work intersessionally. So we're hopeful, both Korea and the U.S., that we'll get to some agreeable language and potentially bring this back next year.
Anyone else? Sure. Yeah, Chris. Mr. Oliver.
Hey, Ryan, Chris here. Knowing who was sitting at the table with you there in Panama, I was surprised not to see any mention of circle hooks in your IATTC report. Was that issue brought up at all?
Yeah, through the right chair. Thank you, Mr. Oliver, for the question. It's a good question, and I probably should have noted that. The U.S. proposal, so we have historically tried to put getting a minimum circle hook size into the sea turtle resolution. We have received pretty much just steadfast opposition from the long-lining fleet. So we tried a new approach this year, and we put it in the overall tropical tuna measure. And once again, it got very, very widespread opposition from most of the Asian longline fleets, but also the European Union to some extent, which is pretty much all of the countries that have historically kind of blocked that proposal. So we did push it pretty hard. In the end, we weren't willing to block consensus on the overall tropical tuna measure for it. But our commissioner, who you're referencing, Drew Lawler, who was there with us, did reference that the U.S. is going to be looking into more stringent measures potentially if the commissions are not ready to adopt minimum size, then we may have to look at other options to potentially that might be used to address countries that are not using circle hooks. So it did come up. It came up in the margins. It was pretty front and center initially with the tropical tuna discussions, but in the end, we kind of backed off it to get consensus on some other important aspects, like I noted, the monitoring system that is in place, the enhanced monitoring system, and for Big Eye in the current tropical tuna measure, maintaining that was a big priority, as well as getting funding for these stock assessments going forward in the tagging survey. So that was part of the trade-off, but it is a good question, and it was a big focus of discussion for many of the days.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Ryan. Anyone else? Ms. Svensson. Sorry.
Thank you,
And Brad.
Mr. Vice Chair. Was contemplating asking a question on this and decided to get brave. Ryan, thank you for the report, and thank you for allowing me to attend and be a part of that, not as a part of the council, but just to observe. It was really interesting to see how that RFMO operates compared to others. I do have a general question. You mentioned it, I think, verbally in your report around some fees coming for per seine, and I'm just wondering what implication there is, if any, for the small-scale per seiners we have here off of California that occasionally do fish on tropical tunas.
Yeah, to the Vice Chair, thanks. Ms. Benson, no, this wouldn't apply to them. I believe it's only Class 6 vessels, which are the large per seine vessels. And so this wouldn't, the levy that you're talking about, the fee wouldn't apply to them. And for those Class 6 vessels, then the amount is based on their well volume. And those smaller vessels are what we call class size 2 and 3 at the commission versus what this would apply to, which is the larger Class 6 size vessels.
Krista?
Thank you. Not a follow-on question, but thank you for answering the question and clarifying which vessel size this is applicable to.
Mr. Pettinger.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Ryan, great to hear your voice. Going back to the circle hook issue, I'm just kind of curious what the rationale for not wanting to go to circle hooks is. I mean, I'm struggling here why that just wouldn't be simpler for folks just to do that. Could you help me out?
Well, I mean, I feel like you're, sorry, thank you, Mr. President, for the question. I feel like you're kind of reading our talking points here. I mean, we pushed this for many years. Last year, the opposition was, oh, we need another workshop to talk about. And this year, we did a workshop, and we have a whole consistent bycatch work group. And they clearly came up with the, I think there's almost 80 studies out there that all kind of demonstrate the effectiveness of circle hooks. So it is crystal clear from a U.S. perspective that we have all of the information we need. They are effective, but we continue to get just opposition and no real kind of clear substantive argument. other than we need to study this more kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. We've been pushing at this not just in the IATGC, but in multiple commissions and tuna RFMOs, which is why at this point the U.S. may start to look at other options if we can't get commissions to agree on at least a basic, just minimum circle hook size. And this is even a suite of measures as opposed to something that would even be overall mandatory. So I wish I had more of a rationale for you that they are using, but that's basically it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Anyone else? Dr. Lent?
And thank you to my fellow council members bringing up the issue of circle hooks. It's so frustrating. I was going to bring this up just to commend the HMSAS because they've added that to their list of things to continue to push on. My understanding is that sometimes countries feel it's going to impact their target catch, when in fact it's shown you tend to catch bigger fish and higher price fish. And I'm curious, Mr. Wolf has said twice something about pursuing other ways to make this work. We've already talked about the MMPA, and we make that work through the marketplace, having to have a comparability finding. For tuna dolphin, you have to have a comparability finding as well to import tuna into the U.S. For shrimp, you have to have a TED, a certification on your fleets in order for the U.S. to import that. But for circle hooks, Mr. Wolf, are you looking at the Magson-Stevens, I think it was the 86 reauthorization that had a bycatch measure where you could put trade measures on countries that have high levels of bycatch? What are the other options domestically under the current legislation that we have to get a little more forceful on the circle hooks? Thank you.
Through the vice chair, thank you, Dr. Lund, for the question. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, that's the angle I think we're starting to look at. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of some of our headquarters offices that are working. I'm sure that because this is incredibly important to this administration, especially our Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Fisheries, they're going to look at that part of the current legislation. They're going to look at anything else that we could do. But I think the connection to trade, similar to the MMPA import provisions, is definitely of strong interest to our current commissioner. So angles like that are currently being looked at, and I will probably have more information on that in November, but I think you highlighted the main one. They're looking at exploring it right now.
Thank you. Anyone else? Before we go to Mr. Conroy? All righty, thank you, Mr. Wolf. And now we're going to go to Mike Conroy, supplementary HMSAS report. Number one, Mike, take it away.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Since Mark's not here anymore, I feel fine asking you if you can hear me.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, but everybody else did. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mike Conroy. I am the Vice Chair of the HMSAS, and I'm here to present a summary of our report on Agenda Item D2, International Management Activities. As noted in our written report, the AS has 5 specific items we are requesting U.S. NIMFs to support and prioritize. With regard to Pacific bluefin tuna, which covers our first 2 recommendations, keep momentum while stressing the need for additional intersessional work by the Joint Working Group on the Management of Pacific bluefin tuna, with the goal of adopting a long-term harvest strategy that includes a harvest control rule during 2026. We view the need for an intersessional meeting of the Joint Working Group as a top priority, and in a perfect world, this meeting would take place in California to ensure that commercial and recreational fishery participants are better able to participate. AS members that participated in July's Joint Working Group meeting were disappointed in the lack of progress made. Just as a note, the current IATTC resolution on bluefin only includes catch limits for this year and next. As such, the IATTC will be considering measures for bluefin in 2027 and beyond during next year's meeting. A joint working group agreement on a harvest strategy that includes a harvest control rule will greatly influence and impact the IETTC's discussions next summer. With regard to the North Pacific albacore fishery, progress was made this summer on the exceptional circumstances criteria, and NIMS should support adoption of those during the upcoming WCPFC meeting. Just by way of recollection, exceptional circumstances define situations outside the range of scenarios evaluated in the management strategy evaluation analysis, for which a management action not specified by an adopted harvest strategy may have to be implemented. The AS supported those criteria. U.S. fisheries stakeholders are interested in advancing the remaining items to complete the North Pacific albacore harvest strategy, which is also anticipated to be discussed next summer. Of significant concern is translating fishing intensity to management controls. Fishing community members who could be impacted by management controls would benefit from additional clarity on the following: how effort will be defined for purposes of management, what this could mean to fishery participants if a management response is triggered, and the potential management and operational implications of an exceptional circumstances. I pulled those 3 items from our June report to the Council on International Management and just reiterating them here. And then in order to ensure that U.S. stakeholders with an interest in the albacore fishery, particularly those who could be impacted by management actions, we recommend the Council support additional outreach and/or workshops with U.S. fishery stakeholders to advance the North Pacific albacore harvest strategy. Regarding the South Pacific albacore fishery, we recommend continued participation in the new South Pacific albacore joint working group to ensure adequate progress is made in advancing the negotiation and representation of U.S. interests. We note that the IETTC adopted a resolution during its September meeting establishing terms of reference of an ad hoc IETTC WCPFC joint working group on South Pacific albacore. And then our final recommendation was communicate to the U.S. delegation, to the IETTC and the WCPFC, the importance of ensuring progress is made on Circle as part of future IETTC negotiations. And that concludes my summary of our report.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. Any questions of Mike? Mr. Ugritz?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Conroy, for the report, and as usual, the advisory subpanel's work on international items. Appreciate the brief report here. I noted in your comments just now that you elaborated a bit based on your June report, which I think is referenced under the final tropical tunas IATTC item, maybe not clearly referenced above, but if the council were to forward this report, would you think that we should also in that reference the June report so that the delegation from the U.S. has sort of a full breadth of what we're recommending here?
Through the Vice Chair, thanks for that question, John. I don't think it can hurt. I think anything that we can do to let the folks that haven't been tracking what this council is doing, i.e. the folks in the and folks in the Pacific Islands Regional Office, our concerns and our needs with regard to North Pacific albacore management and those discussions around translating a fishing intensity. I think the more the merrier. So I would be supportive of that. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I appreciate my colleague's question because it headed off one of my 2 questions. I am curious, and really this is a little bit of elaboration I think might be helpful with regard to North Pacific albacore. Firstly, thanks for the report that is thorough. It's exciting to hear that we are doing better, and I did look up, we're actually $10.9 million over where we were last year in terms of landings on the coast, which is remarkable. We also are in a year where we are not in a U.S.-Canada treaty regime, and I am curious if the AS discussed any implications or effects of not having our colleagues from Canada fishing in our waters, or based upon the recent news of some albacore being caught further north, if there were also ramifications of not being able to go up into Canada. So curious about that one, if there was discussion or if you had thoughts.
Yeah, through the vice chair. Thanks, Krista. We didn't have a full-fledged conversation on this during our meeting, but we did have, some brief discussions about it. Nothing that was worthy of inclusion into our report. The general consensus is from folks on the water is that not having Canadian vessels fishing within our waters made for a much more relaxing season, given reports from fishermen on how those vessels behaved. There wasn't worry about getting, run down when you're in a stop or whatnot. So I think that was appreciated. The last I heard, the fishery in Canada was not good at all. Our fishery this summer, while there was fish pretty much spread across the coast from Northern California to Washington, it seemed like the better fishing was down off Newport and down off of Oregon. So I don't think that there were too many U.S.-based folks who had an interest in fishing in Canadian waters. But, as we've always highlighted, there are some folks who lost out on the opportunity to do maintenance projects in Canadian ports. And for those few vessels that do use non-citizen crew, the ability to go pick them up in Canadian ports. So I think it'll be interesting if and or when we get an updated proposal from DFO on how that goes and what the industry stance will be for a potential regime next year.
Thank you. Ms. Svensson, anyone else? Mr. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mike. I think you heard Ryan speak in the Q&A earlier about going back to the IATTC next September and looking at your recommendation on more outreach to folks on that. Did you have any specific discussions amongst yourselves or with NIMS on what that might look like or the timing?
Through the vice chair, thanks for that question, Corey. We got an email from Tyler, I think it was earlier this week, it could have been late last week, asking that very same question. I think given the complexities surrounding the translation of intensity into catch and or effort controls, and then, what will be the implications to U.S. harvesters should a management action be triggered? I think everybody in the fishery would benefit from additional knowledge on that. I would hope that if there were going to be stakeholder workshops scheduled, that they be done early enough in the calendar next year so that there can be a synthesis of it, get it all together so that by the time that the U.S. is submitting, if they want to submit a proposal to the Northern Committee, it would probably be very close to or right before our June meeting. So that would be, we would have an additional bite at the apple in June, if you will. But, the earlier the better, especially for, given that the albacore folks also participate in other fisheries. So I'm thinking December or January would be prime.
Corey? Thanks, man. I got my international bodies wrong again. On the Northern Committee, so I guess maybe this is the question for another time. That was really helpful thinking. But if total allowable effort and total allowable catch are really kind of aiming at the same thing, and they're just a little bit, I'm wondering what the difference is. But yeah, maybe it is just more discussions needed. But yeah, if you had any comment on what I just said there about. They really should be trying to aiming at removing the same amount of fish out of the water. But if you don't have thoughts now, no problem. But I do appreciate the suggestion for the additional outreach and conversations on that.
Yeah, through the vice chair, no worries. I mean, I think Ryan hit the nail on the head. I think surface fisheries that operate across the range of this stock are looking at effort controls as being sort of the appropriate measure for managing surface fisheries. And I think in our perspective, it would be catch controls on those that interact with albacore, either as a non-target species or incidentally. Then the question becomes, what is effort? How does that translate into fishing intensity? You know this as well as I, Corey. A fishing day in July is vastly different than a fishing day in September. How do you sort of mesh those two together and translate that in the intensity conversation? And then if we reach a point where an effort controls are triggered for our fleet, how will that impact our fleet? And I think those are questions that the folks that have been engaged in this process for a while need more clarity on before I think we're in a position to say, yay or nay, one way or the other. And more importantly, be able to communicate what the implications will be to the fishery participants who have sort of been paying attention to this sort of not as in-depthly as those of us who have been involved for a while. I know I danced around in circles there, but I hope that was clear.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion? Or questions, I'm sorry. All right. I think you did an amazing job, Mr. Conroy, so thank you for your report.
Roger that. Thanks, Butch. Thanks, everybody.
You bet. So now we're into council discussion where I understand that could be direction, could be a motion, could be whatever the council decides. So I would open the floor and entertain some of that riveting discussion that we're about to have. Krista, Ms. Svensson, excuse me.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to start the discussion. If memory serves, on this particular topic, we have usually just gone with recommendations rather than a full-fledged motion. So I do not have one prepared, although I could put one together really quickly if you have a change of heart. In listening to Mr. Conroy's comments with regard to the question about, hey, if we did consider putting this advisory report in as a submission to the PAC, what about including June's for really that full suite? And his essentially recommendation of, hey, he didn't think that would be a bad idea, that it would help in terms of giving additional people who may not be as familiar with what our needs are for North Pacific albacore and other fisheries that are related to the West Coast. I would be very supportive of putting that forward as a recommendation. I don't think we have a ton of other recommendations for international agenda items at this meeting. I'll just note that November is usually the heavy one for what comes out of that PAC meeting in October, and gearing up for what the decisions and talking points will be in December. So I guess looking for others to say, yep, I'd also be interested in that recommendation. And if people do feel strongly about a motion, I will get busy sending something over to Mr. York and others in the back.
Mr. Eucharist.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ms. Svensson, for that. I agree. I think you mentioned in your comments that tomorrow is the deadline. And so looking to Merrick in terms of could we turn around and with a very simple cover note submit our advisory subpanels reports from this meeting in June to the PAC as recommendations from this council. I would be supportive of that. I just kind of curious if it's possible.
Mr. Director?
Yeah, appreciate the question. I think that's reasonable to do. And I'll just look at Kerry because I'd ask Kerry to take the lead on that. And he, as we know, is a master at drafting letters at this point. So I think that's doable, Mr. Ugretz.
Yeah, thank you. I like your word choice of a short cover letter. That can be pulled together pretty easily. And then I think you're talking about attaching this HMSAS report as well as the June HMSAS report to that cover letter. Okay, thank you. Sure, no problem.
Is that okay with the other? Oh, I'm sorry, John.
No, I was going to say thank you. That would be great. And I'd look to Krista to see if she agrees, but
I would be very agreeable. And Carrie, if you need some help with drafting a very short cover letter that essentially says, this is from the Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the two attachments are related, etc. Not looking to be lengthy on that one, but happy to help support you, Carrie, if you need it.
So I don't want to cut off any discussion, but I'm starting to hear some consensus on this and direction on this. If someone else has a little more to add or a lot more to add, well, Dr. Lynn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to make sure, do those two attachments mention the U.S.-Korea proposal on handling and release of cetaceans? Because it's not an HMSAS paper.
Ms. Svensson.
Yeah, I would need to confirm about that in the June. I don't believe that they do. If that is something that this council would like to see, if there is information around that, then I would perhaps recommend that we include it. Otherwise, the alternative, and it would not come from the council, would be to attend the meeting and give public comment with regard to that specifically. So certainly not trying to cut you off, and certainly happy to include it if that is the will of the council.
Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I guess it's complicated, as Mr. Wolf said, because of the overlap with the IDCP, the Dolphin Agreement. So maybe we should just leave it for the delegation to handle on the floor. Thank you. I withdraw my suggestion.
Okay, so I'm seeing a direction and a path forward. Carrie, I would ask you, one, do you have enough direction to move in the direction that the council has consented to? And two, your second part, so I'm going to ask you again, did we complete our task under this item? So take it away, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you. Yes, I have enough to go with. I think I could draft something up and share it with leadership and Krista and make sure that we're on the right track, and that should be pretty simple to do. But I also do see another hand up, so I don't want to.
Where's the hand? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Like the chair, so you got to keep your head on the swivel up there. But I just had one comment question for NIMS, and it sounded like there was some communication on the North Pacific albacore and some stakeholder engagement, and I'm sure you're planning on it anyway, Ryan, but just a request, if we could hear back about that in November, that would be appreciated. It would do think those stakeholder engagement opportunities and Mike's suggestion in December, January made sense to me. But
thank you, Mr. Niles. All right, Carrie, have we?
I see a hand up by Mr. Wolf.
Oh, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, and thanks, Mr. Niles, for the comment. Yeah, we'll definitely report back. We hear kind of the recommendation kind of towards December-ish or winter meeting. We may end up having to schedule more than one discussion, right? Because I don't think we're going to have the work done from the ISC on the impacts to the fleets that was noted also by Mike Conroy in his report until maybe by June. We may also have the stock assessment update by June. So we may have to do this in a couple sessions, if you will, but there's no reason to wait all the way till June just to start talking. So we'll reach out and continue to work with the industry on setting that up, and we'll communicate to all those interested when we do, and then of course report back here to the council after we've started those discussions.
Yeah, thanks. Much appreciated, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Okay, so looking around here. All right. Carrie, have we finished this, completed this agenda item to?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It looks like you have completed your business. I don't see any more hands up, and you had a good council discussion, and I will draft up this brief cover letter, and we'll get that buttoned up and ready to submit but no later than tomorrow.
All right, thank you. So it looks like I will be handing back the gavel to the chairman on Civic Halibut Management. Mr. Chairman, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Excellent job getting us through that. There's going to be change of seats here. A few people. Let's take 10 minutes here so you can get the blood flowing energetically again. Let's be back in 10 minutes. All right. With virtual and live, it's hard to tell always which seats should be filled and which are empty here. I believe Mr. Josh Lindsay is in the nymph seat. Thank you, Karina. And Angela Forrestal is our staff officer. We're moving now into Pacific Halibut, agenda item E1. So Angela, I will turn it over to you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. This is agenda item E1, the 2026 Commercial and Recreational Catch Sharing Plan and Annual Regulations, preliminary. This is the first of two meetings where the Council will be considering proposed changes to the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan and Annual Regulations for Area 2A. Proposed catch sharing plan changes are most often related to recreational season structures, and more recently have also included changes to the non-tribal commercial season structure of the non-treaty directed halibut fishery. The catch sharing plan does currently also allow states to transfer a portion of a state's projected unused sport allocation to another state for the remainder of the season. And on August 11th, 5,000 pounds were transferred from Oregon's Central Coast sub-area to the Columbia River sub-area. On August 20th, per a stipulation of the catch sharing plan, representatives from Washington, Oregon, California, and the National Marine Fisheries Service had a call to review catch updates and in-season information at that time. But on that call, no additional need for an in-season transfer of poundage was identified. NMFS has provided a report under this agenda item that includes progress to date of the 2025 Pacific Halibut fisheries. And there are also statements from both the Washington and Oregon Departments of Fish and Wildlife with proposed sport season structure changes. I also want to note that since the initial posting of the briefing book, there was a correction made to the 2025 catch sharing plan, which has since been revised and reposted. This correction is further described in the supplemental staff report under this agenda item. So as noted at this meeting, the Council is slated to adopt for public review proposed changes to the current catch sharing plan and the annual fishery regulations for 2026, with final action scheduled for November. And the final action will then be transferred to NMFS and reported to the IPHC, the International Pacific Halibut Commission, as soon as reasonably possible. So your two actions under this agenda item are to review and discuss the update on in-season actions taken to date, and to review and adopt for public review proposed changes to the 2026 Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan and Annual Regulations. In addition to the attachments I noted, there is also a supplemental report from the Groundfish Advisory Panel and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and you have one individual signed up to give public comment today. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Angela. Before we continue, I'll look around, see if there are any questions on the overview. Seeing no questions, then we'll turn to the NMFS report. Mr. Josh Lindsay. Good afternoon, Josh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. I didn't intend to read the entire report, Mr. Chair, but I did want to highlight a couple of things. One was an update. We had an update on our catch estimates. So the report we included at the time, we had 60% attainment. That number is now up to 79% attainment. And although it's still very preliminary, our Area 2A currently has the highest attainment among the various IPC regulatory areas, with the other areas between 31 and 65%. I also wanted to highlight the directed commercial fishery this year. We were able to implement the 2-week intervals as suggested by the council and the public, and it ran fairly smoothly this year. Catches about 102 of that allocation, still preliminary as well. This was supported in part by a new in-season announcement procedure we implemented this year, allowing for direct notice by email to the various permit holders, allowing us to turn around, in particular, that third opener quicker than we've been able to in the past. The report also noticed we implemented 3 different in-seasons, 2 for the rec fishery, allowing for greater flexibility than envisioned at the start of the year. And as I just noted, in-season to open a third directed commercial opener. And then one other point I wanted to mention, I think we mentioned this previously at another council meeting, but we were able to implement a change to the permit deadline for the non-tribal commercial fisheries. The date is now March 15th. I know it does not go as far as some had hoped, but we are hopeful it does allow for a bit more flexibility in decision making for some of the salmon folks around the March council meeting. And that was just the brief overview I wanted to provide, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Let me look around and see if there are any questions on the NIMS report. And it appears there are no questions, so thank you very much, Josh. We'll move on with our reports then to the state reports. First, we have a report from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Hessmer. We did submit our report in time for the advanced briefing book, thanks to some hard work by Christian Heath and Melanie Bukovic on our staff. So similar to Josh, I'm going to just hit some highlights. We did solicit public input via email, phone, and a public meeting, which was available in Newport as well as webcast back in late July. We had minimal attendance, but we did get some good feedback. Proposed changes for 2026 catch sharing plan. In the Columbia River, we have a nearshore fishery quota of 500 pounds set up, but with some changes we've been making to the all-depth fishery, there's been only realistically 1 day a week that's technically been open for that nearshore fishery. And there really hasn't been any landings or effort in that fishery. So wondering if we need to change how that nearshore fishery is set up or not strand that 500 pounds and put it back into the main Columbia River fishery. So we offer two proposals for the Columbia River. One is open the nearshore fishery 7 days per week beginning May 1st. However, it is superseded by the all-depth fishery when both are open. So if the all-depth fishery is open Monday through Wednesday, then that would supersede the nearshore, and the nearshore would then be Thursday through Sunday, just as an example. The other option is remove the nearshore fishery and allocate that 500 pounds back to the all-depth fishery. As stated, our rationale for these proposals are to reduce some regulatory complexity for anglers, to reduce the burden and logistical issues on both state and NIMS staff, and maybe better utilize the resource. For the Central Coast sub-area, our all-depth fishery over the last several years has evolved into a 7-day-per-week fishery. This structure during the spring has gone from a total of 5 3-day openers in 2018 to being open May 1st to July 31st. And with that, the nearshore fishery in that area is also not being fully utilized. And depending on the quota allocation for the Area 2A total or fishery constant exploitable yield, we have a proposal to allocate 75% of the sub-area quota to the spring, regardless of the area, spring all depth, regardless of the Area 2A FCEY. Currently, there's a trigger to the FCEY. Number two, if the Area 2 FCEY is 700,000 pounds or greater, then we allocate 10,000 pounds to the nearshore fishery, with all of the remaining quota for that sub-area allocated to the summer all-depth fishery. And three, if the Area 2A FCEY is less than 700,000 pounds, we allocate the remaining 25% of the sub-area quota to the nearshore fishery. Additionally, as the all-depth seasons have extended to cover the duration of the recreational fishery, the nearshore fishery could benefit from some additional flexibility with the start date, and we are proposing that the nearshore season opens May 1st, 7 days per week, only in water shorewards of 40 fathom regulatory line. Unless the 2A FCEY is less than 1.2 million pounds, then it may be postponed to June 1st. During the 2024 catch sharing plan iteration, the language we have in the catch sharing plan has some nuances in it, and depending on the quota allocation schemes for the overall Area 2A FCEY, the language needed to be cleaned up some to make it more straightforward for both the state and NIMS staff. It just allows us to provide a little more flexibility with our nearshore fishery. We're not proposing any changes to the Southern Oregon subarea, which is the two southern ports of Gold Beach and Brookings. And we will work with council staff to draft catch sharing plan language at a future time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Questions for Ms. Mattis on the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report? Seeing no questions, then I will turn to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. I also won't read our WDFW report that's in the briefing book, but I will provide a summary here. WDFW held a public meeting on September 4th with Washington recreational stakeholders to review the current halibut season and discuss season structure alternatives for 2026. Relative to the 2025 season, WDFW continued to focus on fully utilizing the Washington sport quota, providing fishing opportunity across all Washington subareas with flexibility to adjust in season based on fishery dynamics. The objective for the 2025 season acknowledges that the target of fishing opportunity in April, May, and June, while allowing remaining quota be targeted in August and September. In 2025, we also implemented alternative season structures in some sub-areas, which are dependent on the 2A FCEY, which is not known when we set the seasons in November. In addition, we implemented an approach for the Columbia River sub-area where additional fishing days could be added if the sub-area quota is below a threshold in late May. The intent of this approach is to build flexibility into the catch sharing plan that is transparent and relies less on in-season rulemaking. For this approach, we used an if-then approach to be clear that additional days that were determined pre-season would be added if a significant amount of quota was remaining in late May. Currently, all sub-areas are still open with about 28,000 pounds of quota remaining. The Columbia River sub-area was also to remain open because Washington was able to benefit from the catch sharing plan provision that allows transfer of available quota between states in mid-August. For 2026, during that September 4th public meeting, stakeholder input was generally supportive of continuing the season structure similar to 2025, with some modest adjustments for the South Coast and Columbia River sub-areas. Stakeholders from the Puget Sound and North Coast support status quo, which continues a general season structure from 2025, including a reduced schedule should the 2A FCEY for 2026 be less than 1.3 million pounds. For the South Coast sub-area, in addition to status quo, stakeholders are interested in clarifying the sub-area objective that the season will be structured to utilize the sub-area quota during the months of May and June, with any remaining quota utilized in August and September. This sub-area is structured to open in early May with the flexibility to open on April 30th when April 30th falls on a Thursday. Also for the South Coast sub-area, there's a proposal to analyze a 2A FCEY threshold that would allow consideration to open up to 4 days per week or up to 3 days per week on different days of the week if a 2A FCEY threshold is in place. So the proposal is to begin the analysis at a threshold of 1.4 million pounds, and that is compared to the threshold of 1.3 million pounds used in other sub-areas. And the reason for the difference there is to address significant fishing capacity of the South Coast sub-area. So that is adding 1 additional day per week or even changing the days of the week that are open could substantially increase the pace of quota attainment, and therefore a 2A FCEY threshold may need to be higher for that sub-area. So the analysis is intended to start at 1.4 million pounds. For the public review process, and it'll just inform but not determine what that final threshold could be recommended for final action. For the Columbia River, in addition to status quo, we're looking to revise the catch sharing plan language to clarify how the decision on the additional dates for the month of June would be made, including whether the amount of quota remaining should be the only factor on which the decision is made. So implementing the backup date provision in 2025 highlighted the need to clarify whether the determination would be based on an actual catch amount or a projected catch amount. We'll work with NIMS to clarify that language to meet the intent of providing regulatory transparency, to adding additional fishing days in June dependent on the quota that's remaining. WDFW supports the options proposed for public review as recommended by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. We have similar issues with the nearshore fishery there, and so the two options proposed by ODFW are good for public review. We also, in our report, just speak to the flexibility that has been implemented in the catch sharing plan and really the benefits it's provided to provide additional opportunity through in-season action. This has been an iterative process with NIMS, and we really appreciate their recognition of the challenges faced in setting season dates and appreciate their effort to continue to work on revisions to language in the catch sharing plan and regulations that allow for these additional days. In terms of next steps for us, we will hold a public meeting in October to discuss the alternatives and the analysis during public review, and we will share those with the council in November, including specific changes to the catch sharing plan. That's it, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Hall on the Washington report? Lynn Mattis.
No, thank you, Chair. Not a question, but just to say ODFW is supportive of the Columbia River things. Our report, we beat them on the report, so ours was done first. We didn't have a chance to address it, but we are supportive of sending those out for review since we co-manage that area.
Right. Thank you. Other questions? No questions. Thank you, Heather. Oh, wait. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry, I'm just catching up on halibut. I understand there's a commercial and a recreational fishery. The seasons that are set for the commercial fishery, are those designed in part to maximize the supply stream since it's an open access fishery, as I understand it? Is there any concerns about market gluts depending on the season? Is that why things are set out that way? If someone can just explain a little bit about the market, domestic or international. Thank you. Either Oregon or Washington. Thanks.
I'm not. Who wants to grab that? Lynn?
Thank you, Chair, and Ms. Hall can fill in any place I miss. The directed commercial halibut fishery off of Area 2A is such low volume compared to off of British Columbia, which is Area 2B, and then the Alaska areas, at least into Oregon, where the majority of the catch gets landed. It goes to small local producers primarily. I think there might be one up in Astoria that maybe does a little bit bigger bulk, but it's a couple of our local grocery stores, restaurants, et cetera, that buy the majority of the fish. The suppliers have gotten used to the pulse of fish coming in the summertime, but it is such small volume relative to the others. An opening is maybe 35, 40,000 pounds gets landed. There's boats that bring in more. I used to sample boats that brought in more than that on individual trips in Alaska. And a lot of our fishermen want to do it, get it done, and get it over with, and then they can move on to tuna. So they like it to happen in June and early July so that by September they can be off onto tuna and other things, at least off of Oregon.
Thank you. Heather, anything to add?
Sure, just a bit. I think the seasons too are also designed so they're not in conflict with the recreational season. So later in June is when the openings are. And I also just wanted to mention, I think Ms. Mattis did a great job of explaining it, but and a couple of years ago, we talked a little bit more about the directed commercial fishery. We got some really good input from our stakeholders and some changes to make, including what Joss mentioned on those 2-week intervals between the notices. But it's a small fishery, but it's an important part of the fishing industry's portfolio. So it's an important, though small fishery. Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith.
Yeah, Dr. Lynn, I can testify to the marketing part of that. The Port of El Waco wasn't a traditional sell fresh off the boat port. But in the last few years, there's been a huge selling off the boat when the halibut boats come in. They coincide with a Saturday market that we have in El Waco, festive, one of those things where you buy anything from samurai swords to crocheted hats and everything in between. But the amount of people that are lined up to buy fresh halibut and take them up and get filleted by our little local processors is turned into a big, great thing in the town of El Waco. So it's really become an important fisheries to ports like El Waco and Astoria, of course, and all the ones that participate. So thank you.
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just like to add that California does participate in the directed commercial fishery. I know the question was posed to Oregon and Washington, but we do have a component of it. It's and all 3 states are governed by the same set of regulations for this directed commercial fishery, and it's certainly of growing importance to our small North Coast ports in California as well. And it's a kind of additional opportunity. Boats will go in and out of sablefish late season. I know tuna was mentioned, but sablefish folks will partake in that fishery and then jump into halibut and back to sablefish or other nearshore fisheries, et cetera. So it's an important component in our small ports. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I trust, Rebecca, you've got your question answered somewhat. All right, thank you. We were on the Washington report. Any other questions on that? Not seeing any, and thank you, Heather. Next, we have a Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. Ryan Johnson is online. Good afternoon, Ryan. Ryan, you might be talking. We are not hearing you here.
Sorry about that, Mr. Vice Chair. How about now?
Now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Johnson. I'll just provide a summary from the SAS statement on the annual halibut catch sharing plan. The SAS discussed the potential DC structure, and the SAS recommends maintaining a status quo of 3-day openers no more than 2 weeks apart. The SAS also does not have any recommended changes in regards to the incidental salmon halibut troll fishery and supports the status quo. The SAS reviewed the WDF and ODF&W statements, and the SAS is supportive of both of the state's recommendations. And on a final note, just thank you to the NIMP staff for getting that permit deadline moved, and we will get the word out to our fleets. That concludes the SAS statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? No questions. Thank you, Ryan. And next we have a report from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. Dave Kushida is online. Good afternoon, Dave.
Hello, can you hear me, Chairman Hessinger?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Oh, good. Hello. My name is Dave Kushida. I'm on the GAP. I'm reading about agenda item E1A, Supplemental Gap Report 1 from September 2025. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Pacific Halibut 2026 Commercial and Recreational Catch Sharing Plan and Annual Regulations Preliminary. 2026 Directed Commercial Fishery Regulations. The GAP recommends maintaining the same season structure as last year in 2-week intervals. The GAP appreciates the improvements in the notification to participants and movement of the permit deadline to March 15. The Recreational Catch Share Plan changes. The GAP recommends the proposed changes to the CSP as outlined in Supplemental WDFW Report 1 and ODFW Report 1 for public review. Public comment. The GAP discussed the public comment agenda item E1 public comment, requesting the ability to do salmon troll and directed halibut in the same season. The movement of the permit day may help address some of the concerns outlined, and the GAP believes this is a positive step forward. However, there still may be some problems as final salmon seasons are not set until the April council meeting. That is after the deadline. So that concludes the GAP's report.
Thank you. Any questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? No questions here. Thank you, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
That completes the reports. We have one sign up for public comment, and I'll wait till it shows on the screen, but Tim Clausen, you should be getting ready.
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
All right, just wait a minute while we get the timer set up. We don't want to cheat you on any precious time here. Go ahead when you're ready, Tim.
All right. Tim Clausen. I'm speaking on behalf of the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association, representing charter fishing businesses in Northern California. In the last few years, the charter industry in Northern California has seen declining interest by the fishing community due to several years without a salmon season, plus rockfish restrictions due to quillback overfish designation. On September 18th, the rockfish restrictions were rescinded, which will allow all depth rock fishing beginning in April. I'm here to ask the council to consider opening Pacific halibut recreational fishing in April in California. I believe that this would help stimulate business early in the season, just when charters need the boost in business the most. California has not used all of their quota allocation for a couple of years, and this is due directly to waning customer interest. April is a slow month, and I don't anticipate high catch rates. This comes under the every little bit helps category, and we're looking for anything that can help reignite interest and help fill the boats. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Clausen on his testimony? Marcy Remco, then Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tim. As of now, the halibut season opens May 1. And as you just mentioned, our groundfish fisheries now will open in April at all depth, which is a marked change to how we've had groundfish regulations in April. And I was just wondering, maybe you can speak to the flexibility that this will offer operators when it comes to getting their choice of targets, or perhaps if conditions warrant, perhaps allowing for multiple targets on the same trip. So maybe if you can talk for a bit about how that will, how these opportunities in tandem will increase your flexibility.
Well, for starters, we're very happy to have the additional rockfish season, but we've kind of worn out our rockfish welcome the last couple of years without much else to fish for. Halibut by itself is kind of a similar situation, but I think with the two combined, where you catch halibut and you could catch rockfish, I think that's going to help spur some additional interest. And, you know, especially in April, we don't have a lot going on. The weather is usually not real good and stuff, but it's really would help us kickstart the season, so to speak. And a lot of times we catch incidental rockfish, lingcod, or chili peppers while we're halibut fishing. Up till now, we've had to return them either due to, shallow water depth restrictions or no rockfish allowed at all. And so this would help a lot. I think it would increase customer enthusiasm by quite a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. Thanks, Tim, for flagging this for us as a request. Mr. Remco, Marcy kind of, and you hit on it a little bit already, but the North Coast, Northern California especially, has been hard hit the last few years between rockfish regulations, and also we had some salmon access this year, but definitely not as much for the North Coast. And so the opportunity of having a decent fishery in April and add a little something else to sweeten the pie, recognizing weather isn't great that time of year. There's probably not going to be, there may not be much opportunity, but the perceived opportunity that could create for your port or areas like yours. If you could just talk a little bit, kind of share a little bit about what that type of opportunity and creating that ongoing opportunity might allow for your industry up there.
Well, like you kind of mentioned, we haven't had a salmon season for a couple of years. We did have a 2-day season this year. The interest was incredible, got a lot of people excited and stuff, and that actually carried over to some rockfish trips and some halibut trips afterwards. We're really looking for something to, reignite some interest here, get people where they want to go fishing again and stuff. And I'm afraid if we go too long without a salmon season and stuff, that, seems like people are just dropping off left and right. So I think that if we can combine halibut and rockfish at the same time, I think that's a big plus, and I think that'll attract more people, more business.
Thank you. Any follow-up on that?
Not for Tim, but for discussion.
Okay, then we'll wait. Any other questions for Mr. Clausen before we're done? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Tim. That concludes our reports and public comment, and will take us to council action. We'll wait for that to flash on the screen to refresh us. And there it is, simple review and discuss the update on in-season actions, and then review and adopt for public review proposed changes to the 2026 catch sharing plan. So who wants to start the discussion? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to really acknowledge and thank NIMS for their work, particularly on the directed commercial fishery this season. Heather Fitch in particular was really communicative with ODFW staff, and really helped coordinate getting the data collected so that the seasons could turn around really quickly. She also really helped facilitate the in-season call and moving some fish around when the Columbia River needed that. So I know oftentimes we're critical of NIMS, but I wanted to pass along some thanks for the effort. Additionally, on the changing of the license application date. It's not ideal, but it's better than it was. And I know that puts a time crunch on NIMS, but it should help our fleet being able to make some informed decisions. I do want to go back just a moment to the questions that Dr. Litt asked a little bit ago about the directed commercial fishery. And then Butch kind of hit on, or Mr. Smith hit on some of it. We changed that fishery from 10-hour derby openings to 3-day openings 6, 7, 8 years ago. 8 a.m. on day 1 to 6 p.m. on day 3. That way the fishery starts and ends during daylight hours for some enforcement issues. We originally had that fishery Monday through Wednesday. However, the fleet indicated it was costing them more and was difficult to get ice on Sundays. So they requested we move it Tuesday to Thursday. That would allow them to get ice on Mondays and then go fishing Tuesday and Thursday, and then they would still be able to deliver their catches fresh in the ports. Like Vice Chair Smith said, there's a lot of activity on the weekends, people selling fresh off their boat. And that is how that season has been set up the last, I think, 3 years now, and seems to be working reasonably well. There's always improvements. But just to give a little background on how the season got set up that way, and there was actually some logic in the start date and the end time, making it easier and less expensive, as well as providing for the fresh markets. When it comes time, I believe Ms. Diamond has some questions, but when it comes time, I have a motion to cover at least part of Council Task Number 2 when we're ready.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let me look to the right. Marcy Remco.
Yeah, I just like to take a second to comment regarding the in-season actions that have been taken in the arena in the sidebar. That was based on some council recommendations that we made a few years ago about taking inventory in mid-August to evaluate needs in the recreational sectors and if there's need to move fish. And I just want to voice appreciation from California, even though we haven't participated in moving of fish to date under this provision, that I do think it has done quite a bit to improve flexibility and to maintain fishery season lengths as scheduled as best as possible. And so I just want to commend NIMS and council staff for spooling up these calls that have gone on in the background and the discussions. And I think it's really a great step forward, and certainly has helped us all, I think, share and better utilize our 2A TAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer, and I'll keep this brief, but I did want to echo some of the appreciation that Ms. Mattis offered to NIMS, and I know that we keep working and refining how we're doing this and building in flexibility where we can in a way that is transparent to the public and works for NIMS. And there's been a lot of really good communication throughout the season, postseason, and all of that. And then I also wanted to speak to the in-season sharing opportunity that came up a couple years ago that we implemented. I certainly at the time did not expect that Washington would be the recipient of extra quota. We were putting it forward and thinking that, we'd be able to share it with others. And so it's been really nice to have it there. I look forward to seeing it go both ways, but it has been really helpful to us in keeping our season open through the end of September, which is when our recreational sport fishery closes. Thanks.
Thank you. Other hands? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. So it's kind of a late catch, and it was something that kind of got flagged for me. Looking at the GAP report, they, in their recommendation, it says they recommend the proposed changes, but in the WDFW and ODFW report, but there's multiple options for changes. And so I'm just and then there's the SAS that says status quo all the way. So I don't know enough but about the intricacies of what is best for your stakeholders, but with multiple options and just a recommendation of, I'm wondering if we can some clarification.
Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. And I could just start by saying the way we put all the options in our report for this point in time is to have a broad range of alternatives that we're going to look at between now and November. So we'll do some analysis in-house and get our stakeholders back together in October and say, this is what this looks at like. So we'll be wanting to move all the options forward for public review at this point.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Other discussion? Not seeing any. I'm going to look back to Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a motion that I believe the Tower of Power has that covers, I think, most of this. So I move that the council adopt for public review the status quo directed commercial fishery season structure and the proposals in the WDFW and ODFW reports.
Thank you. I read along. That appears accurate and complete.
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Heather Hall. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've had some discussion about this, and Ms. Hall explained a little bit more about the halibut process, and it's slightly tweaked, slightly different than our regular process, putting this stuff out for public review, and then we come back in November for final action. So this is just putting forward basically everything we've heard from WDFW and ODFW thus far, and then the status quo fishery, which we haven't heard any proposed changes for that. And then we will bring back more information in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Looking carefully, not seeing any. Any discussion on the motion? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer, and thank you for the motion, Lynn. I'll be supporting it, obviously. I did want to just maybe elaborate a little bit on the range of alternatives that are in the WDFW report. It does include status quo and several different options, and what we expect can come out of it could be a mix of those things as in terms of what our final recommendation would be. In particular, I wanted to talk about status quo relative to our Puget Sound subarea that would open in very early April. This was really challenging for us, I guess, and NMFS in terms of the turnaround to get that April 1 opening in place, or the April 3rd opening for 2025 in place. I think the rule was posted the day before our fishery opened. So we were wondering what were we going to do if the federal rule wasn't in place. And so I just wanted to flag that, that we may, through this public review process, consider pushing that date out a bit. And I'm saying that for the benefit of the stakeholders and folks that are online. We'll talk about that during that October meeting, and just wanted to acknowledge that that was really a tight turnaround. Also, in our conversations with NMFS, we're thinking long term. How do we do that in a way where we can have more certainty about that opening date? And I think there's some things that we can look at for beyond 2026, but just flagging that for now, that would be included in our range of alternatives.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, no hands. Oh, wait. Where is it? I have to figure out why it's not showing up on my screen here. Who has their hand raised? Oh, Josh Lindsay, go ahead.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. It's always the virtual guy messing things up. I just wanted to briefly thank Heather for that acknowledgement. I do plan to support this motion, but as the agency has been discussing with WDFW, these early April dates are becoming increasingly difficult for the agency to implement the CSP rule by. This is largely due to the timing of when the annual IPHC regulations get put in place, which is in mid-March. And so that is a quick turnaround for us between that date and early April. And as Ms. Hall referenced, yes, the rule got in place one day before the timing of the opener. So plan to continue to work with WW on this. Appreciate the acknowledgement that maybe a new date or a different date might come about. And I guess while I'm unmuted, I guess I would speak similarly to the proposal regarding California. Agencies open to looking towards long-term solutions to this, but sort of the annual implementation timeline that's moved away from, as the CSP notes, May starts to these April starts are difficult, and as Ms. Hall mentioned, create a lot of uncertainty, both regulatorily and for the fishing public. And so we'd like to explore some options there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, any other discussion? Now I don't see any hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. Is there further work here? Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a motion ready, I believe. Excellent, thank you. I move the council forward for public review a proposed change to the catch sharing plan for the California recreational fishery that would establish the start date in each California subarea as April 1 of each year.
That language appears accurate and complete.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Jamie Dimon. Please speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you. Chair Hassemer, I want to acknowledge Josh's remarks and just appreciate the quick coordination work, both on the part of Josh as well as Heather, to catch me up on the discussions that they've been having on this topic for a little while now. And I'll be honest, we had been talking about this morning in delegation, and I wasn't optimistic that we'd be able to consider it for this year. So we realize we're a little late to the game here. We don't have a CDFW report at this point, but this is moving forward with our preliminary alternatives for public review. So I think we will be working as well on the sidelines with NIMS on what possible regulatory approaches allow for these early April opening dates. Completely understand the time and the road jam with the various regs that come into play in March and early April, and anything we can do to assist with that, help think through things, we will certainly be there, and appreciate everyone's consideration here, and want to just acknowledge Tim's remarks and how important this measure would be to allow for alignment of the opening dates for halibut with our all-depth groundfish season, and the ability to have flexibility to target multiple species on a trip. As he expressed, we've had so many challenges on the North Coast, and whether it's salmon or halibut or groundfish, and throughout this year, through the council process, under all these agenda items, about this need to reinvigorate our communities. And thought Tim hit on it, talking about the kickstart and how these opportunities early in the season hopefully can entice and attract folks to come aboard into the spring and summer and fall. I can just imagine a scenario where finally we've provided opportunities for all depth groundfish in April, and gosh, what happens if you catch a halibut and you have to tell someone they have to throw it back because we didn't have that opportunity open. So anyway, we know we can never or often can't perfectly align things, but having that ability to co-target really, I think, will be important. So appreciate the opportunity to add that here.
All right, thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? Seeing no hands for the discussion, better look online. Nothing there. I will call the question. Well, now there is one online. Honestly, this is not showing up here. All right. Who was it? Josh? Josh, did you want to comment?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I guess I probably don't need to reiterate myself. I just wanted to, things I mentioned previously. I plan to support this motion as well, and happy to work with CDFW on some potentials for a change to this start date, recognizing that this April 1's date specific may be difficult for this coming fishing year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Now look around once more carefully. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. And now I will again look around and see if there is anything else here. And while you're thinking about that, we can come back for any closing comments, but I will first ask Angela if there is anything else we should be taking on here. Angela?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, if there's no further input from council members, you have adopted for public review a status quo season structure for the directed commercial halibut fishery and the proposed changes outlined in the Oregon and Washington reports, as well as a proposal to move the California season start dates for those sub areas. We'd come back in November for final action on changes for the catch sharing plan for 2026. But as far as I am concerned, your action on this agenda item is complete.
All right, thank you. Let me look around the table once more to see if there are any last comments to be made. And I'm not seeing any, so we will close out this agenda item. Thank you all for that work. We will be moving into salmon. Before we do that, since we have a number of reports, let's take 10 minutes here, get reorganized, and be back to start on our salmon agenda item. Okay, let's come back to our seats here. We'll get started very quickly. All right, thank you all. I'm looking around here just so everybody online is aware, those in the room can see who's here, who's not. Angela Forrestal is still our staff officer. Sheila Lynch is in the general counsel seat. Susan Bishop is with us virtually in the NIMF seat. Kyle Addix is with us virtually in the WDFW seat. And I think that covers it. So we are ready to start on our last agenda item for the day, salmon management. I will turn it over to Angela Forrestal for an overview. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item F1, methodology review, final topic selection. The salmon methodology review is guided by Council Operating Procedure 15, which outlines a 3-step annual process intended to help clarify the technical basis for Council salmon management actions. A reminder of that process, in April, the Council reviews the list of candidate topics identified and adopts preliminary topics, and then comes back here in September, where the Council is informed of topics that will be ready for the review, which occurs in October. And then after that review, at the November Council meeting, the SSC and the STT will provide the Council with the results of the review and any recommendations for change. Changes adopted by the Council in November are typically implemented in the coming salmon season, or if needed, the Council can provide additional guidance for handling any unresolved methodology issues. During each March meeting, the STT reports on the status of all current estimation procedures and models used in analyzing the management options and identifies any problems or potential changes to model inputs or parameters that could occur prior to completion of the annual preseason management process in April. At your April 2025 Council meeting, the Council adopted 3 preliminary topics for the 2025 review. And that was the Organ Production Index Hatchery, or OPIH, forecast methodology, including the index exponential decay weighting approach adopted for use in 2025 and additional aspects of the OPIH forecast methodology as time and staffing allows. And also 2 topics proposed by the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group. These were the derivation of a natural area SMSY for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. And the second work group topic was deriving a total natural area plus hatchery escapement objective based on consideration of natural production and hatchery needs. So at this meeting, the April meeting, the Council tasked staff to develop a roadmap outlining the appropriate steps and sequences for a comprehensive review of the work group's recommendations for evaluating Sacramento River Fall Chinook reference points, the conservation objective, and the harvest control rule. So this document is included in your briefing book materials today as informational report 1. Also included in your materials is an additional report from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, which proposes an additional methodology review topic for the Council to consider. All salmon methodology review materials are due at least 2 weeks prior to the October meeting, which is set for October 9th and 10th to be held online. And your Council action today is based on the statements and information received, determine the readiness of the proposed topics and any additional topics, if applicable, for the October salmon methodology review, provide guidance to the SSC regarding topics and priorities for methodologies to be reviewed in 2025, and request relevant agencies to develop and provide needed materials to the Council office at least 2 weeks prior to the review as appropriate. Your attachments under this agenda item, you have that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report I noted, as well as a report from the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group. And then from 3 advisory bodies, you have reports from the SSC, the STT, and the SAS. And there are currently 3 individuals signed up to give public testimony under this agenda item.
Thank you, Angela. Are there any questions on the overview before we proceed? And not seeing any hands for questions, we will move into the reports then. First is the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report. John North.
Thank you, Chair. Wasn't quite prepared on that, but let me get there. Yes, for the Oregon Coast Natural coho issue, currently under Amendment 13 of the Salmon Fishery Management Plan, we set that allowable exploitation rate for those OCN coho using a 2-dimensional matrix, which is based off of the parental returns and the forecasted marine survival. Those are the axes on the regression, and the survival is calculated based on 6 life cycle monitoring sites that are distributed along our coast. Unfortunately, we've had some general fund cuts that's forced us to drop from what would be 5 sites down to 3. We had a similar issue back in 2017, where we dropped from 6 sites to 5. So now we're down to 3, and we're probably not able to refit our standard models using our current methodology. So the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife staff has been looking at a couple of alternatives to continue to be able to estimate the marine survival index moving forward. And we think we've identified a pretty good option that includes a state space model that draws on 26 years of data, and that'll probably be our proposed approach. In the preliminary analysis, it didn't appear that hindcasting using this method would have changed the cells that we would have landed in the matrices in any year. So that's a good sign. We put this issue forward for methodology review because COP 15, I guess, requires a methodology review whenever an algorithm change occurs. And since we need to interpolate the data using this state-based model, because of the loss of the 2 sites, we thought it could trigger COP 15. We weren't sure, so that's why we put it in the queue.
Right, thank you. Questions for Mr. North on his report? And not seeing any questions. Thank you, John. Next, we'll move to the Sacramento River Work Group report. Dr. Will Satterthwaite is online. Good afternoon, Dr. Satterthwaite.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I will be reading SRWG Report 1. In April 2025, the PFMC added 2 topics recommended by the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group to the preliminary list of 2025 salmon methodology review topics. Topic 1, derivation of natural area SMSY for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. And topic 2, methods for deriving a total, that is natural areas plus hatchery, escapement objective based on consideration of natural production and hatchery needs. Documents have been completed and are ready for review for both topics. For derivation of natural area SMSY for Sacramento River Fall Chinook, the Sacramento Work Group has completed a draft report that will be finalized by the deadline for methodology review materials. The report discusses 4 potential data sources to inform the analysis, the pros and cons of each, and a fully documented analysis based on the preferred data set. The report also describes the reasons for the choice of the preferred data set, includes appendices presenting analyses of the other data sets as sensitivities, and discusses the potential for further analyses in the future if and when new data are available that could allow for improved analyses. For methods for deriving a total, again, that's natural areas plus hatchery, escapement objective based on consideration of natural production and hatchery needs, the primary document is a previously published journal article, and that's Satterthwaite 2023. As noted, when this topic was first proposed for review, the hatchery escapement goals included in that paper may be out of date. The work group has obtained updated calculations of hatchery escapement requirements appropriate for current or planned production goals and prepared a brief report applying the methods in that paper to those updated goals. This report could be included as an addendum to the review material. And that concludes the work group statement. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Satterthwaite on the work group statement? And looking carefully, I see no questions. So thank you, Will.
Thanks.
Next, we have a report from the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Jason Schaffler, here in person. Good afternoon, Dr. Schaffler.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I am Jason Schaffler with the Scientific and Statistical Committee. I will be reading Agenda Item F1A, Supplemental SSC Report 1 into the record. The Scientific and Statistical Committee report on methodology review final topic selection. Will Satterthwaite briefed the SSC on 2 preliminary topics that the Sacramento River Work Group recommended and that were adopted by the Council as preliminary review topics in April. Michael O'Farrell indicated the STT supports review of these 2 topics. Cassandra Lehman from ODFW briefed the SSC on another preliminary topic adopted by the Council and an additional topic requested by ODFW. After discussion, the SSC added a 5th topic, which was recommended by the SSC for review in April 2025 and September 2024. The SSC recommends that all 5 topics be reviewed on October 9th to 10th, 2025 during the scheduled salmon methodology review meeting. Materials should be available to the SSC subcommittee for review no later than September 25. The SSC finds 2 days of meeting time adequate for review of these topics. The SSC requires that the analysts be available to present and answer questions to conduct an adequate review. The items the SSC recommends for review and their proponents are: first one, derivation of natural area SMSY for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. This would be presented by the Sacramento River Work Group. All 4 methods developed should be considered, including the preferred method. Methods for deriving a total natural area plus hatchery escapement objective based on consideration of natural production and hatchery needs. This would also be delivered by the Sacramento River Work Group. The Oregon Production Index hatchery forecast methodology, including the exponential decay weighting approach adopted for use in 2025. This would be presented by ODFW and WDFW. Proposed changes to the Oregon Coast Natural Coho Marine Survival Index, presented by ODFW, and methods for evaluating consequences of changes in allowable exploitation rates, evaluating forecast performance, and potentially adjusting forecasts for bias and/or uncertainty buffers. This will be presented by the SSC, in particular, Dr. Satterthwaite, and a former SSC member, Dr. Shelton. 1 or 2 of these topics, topics 3 and possibly topic 4, could be characterized simply as data changes, and therefore under COP 15, a formal methodology review may not be necessary. However, some data changes are consequential enough to lead to changes to the methodology, and there may be an algorithm change associated with one variant under consideration for topic 4, which should trigger a review. For topic 5, this peer-reviewed and published paper has been available for 2 years and relates to multiple topics in salmon management in the PFMC process. The paper was first proposed by the Sacramento River Work Group for application to specific tasks surrounding Sacramento River Fall Chinook. Additionally, the SSC highlights the need for a consistent and objective way of assessing salmon forecast performance across stocks. Review of this paper during this year's salmon methodology review would allow the SSC to make informed and timely decisions on best scientific information available, especially during pre-season when process delays have large consequences. Review would also allow analysts working on salmon topics, such as the Sacramento River Work Group, to know whether the SSC supports or can identify improvements to methods before substantial effort is expended incorporating them into a holistic analysis. The SSC also notes that prolonged delays in reviewing available science can mean that analysts move on to other jobs and that scheduling reviews can be more difficult. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Schaffler, I noticed, I have not had the opportunity to read the Satterwhite paper. I noticed specifically the task was methods for deriving a total natural areas plus hatchery escapement objective. Does that paper involve multiple approaches, or was the paper about a specific method?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kiefer. I do believe that paper does involve multiple methods for combining a hatchery and natural escapement area methodology, and it provides the pros and cons of the methods.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I have a couple of questions for Dr. Schaffler. One is a question about for topic number 5, he mentions that the description of that topic also mentions evaluation of the exploitation rates, attainment of exploitation rates, which would seem to involve a little bit more than purely a technical exercise. So maybe I'm asking him if he could expound a little bit more on what the SSC has in mind there.
Dr. Schaffler.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. If I am remembering correctly, that was looking at uncertainty buffers, which would be similar to the shaded topic under the future workload planning, dealing with salmon risk tables.
Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. So that would be incorporated into the description about the evaluating the consequences of changing the allowable exploitation rates. That seems like it's a little different than just a discussion of buffer. But I apologize, I wasn't in the SSC conversation, so that's why I'm asking for a little additional clarity there.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. I would ask if Dr. Satterthwaite is still online, if he could provide a little additional context for that question.
Dr. Satterthwaite, are you available to address that question?
Yes, I am. And please correct me if I'm misinterpreting the question, but I believe the question was with respect to the discussion of exploitation rates under item 5. And so, while Jason was correct in characterizing aspects of the paper, sort of the specific aspect of the paper that the SSC was referring to there was that within that paper, irrespective of whether or not the buffer approach is applied, part of the paper was based around answering the question of how does one predict the effects of changing the allowable impact rate or exploitation rate on just one stock that's a component of a mixed stock ocean fishery that may be limited by that stock or may be limited by other stocks. So the idea was, how do you properly predict the consequences for both the fishery and for the stock of making changes in the allowable exploitation rate on just one stock out of multiple stocks, sort of any one of which may be constraining in a particular year. So that particular part is actually not really tied to the buffers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Satterthwaite. And I have one other question for Dr. Schaffler, if that is okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please continue.
Dr. Schaffler, I just noticed that this topic 5 was added, I believe, yesterday when the SSC statement was provided to the council, but that had been after the STT and the SAS had adjourned, and so it wasn't included in their statements. And so I'm just kind of curious if there was a conversation around that particular timing or consideration of it.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. Yes, we did briefly discuss that the STT did not have a chance to weigh in on that. I know Dr. O'Farrell was with us, but the full STT was not with, Dr. Farrell was with us online, but the full STT did not have a chance to discuss that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler.
Thank you. Any other questions on the SSC report? And I was just checking online. Susan's hand was still up, but I assume you're done for now, Susan. I can come back and look. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Regarding item 1 and the reference to all 4 methods that have been developed, I guess this is suggesting that both the SSC and STT would review each of the 4 and then from among those 4 select the preference. Is that how that review would work?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Remco. Yes, that is how that would work. The Sacramento River Work Group would certainly let us know what their preferred is, but the STT and SSC did want to review each of those and make our own recommendation.
Thank you. Marcy?
Yeah, okay. Turning to item 5, and this is a kind of a follow-up to Susan's question. There's a lot here. I guess I'm struggling a bit with understanding a review of uncertainty buffers and how that is a technical methods review suitable item. I appreciate the paragraph there at the end of the page that the goal, it sounds like, is to identify a consistent and objective way of assessing salmon forecast performance across stocks, but a discussion of buffers and recommendations of buffers sounds much more like a policy type of a discussion. And so maybe you can elaborate on the thought. I mean, it's a review of a paper, but obviously the paper contains multiple elements and multiple methods. So I'm trying to understand how this fits in the very technical box of a methods review. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Remco. Yes, the uncertainty buffer portion of this is not that dissimilar from a potential risk table approach. We would be evaluating the pros and cons of that, and presumably if that risk table approach remains on the schedule for the next November council meeting, and the full SSC reviews that, there would be 2 potential risk approaches for the council to consider. So the SSC is simply providing information to the council on whether that particular approach would fit and how it could fit within the council process.
Any follow-up to that, Marcy? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you. I'll follow up just to put a finer point on it. So that's really just to demonstrate to the council kind of the aspects of that, but certainly at the end of the day, it is the council's decision to make those policy decisions.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kiefer. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm thinking just a little bit of clarity on, I've heard Dr. Schaffler refer to both the risk assessment or risk tolerance tables and the buffers as being sort of two different ways that you could assess or account for bias and uncertainty. I'm assuming they're not the only two different ways of doing that are in the scientific literature. And I guess I got a little bit lost in implementation aspect of this. And so my understanding of the way we typically do methodology review is a topic is brought forward for consideration. It goes through methodology review. It's reported in November. If the consensus is that it is best scientific information available and is adopted by the council, then it would be implemented in the next year. What I sort of heard Dr. Schaffler described was something more along the lines of, this is an opportunity for the methodology review to occur and sort of give some underlying assurance to the council that both of these methods, for example, the risk tables, which is not part of methodology review this year, and the topic 5 are both ways that you could, are both sound ways that you could implement. But there's not an assumption that it would be implemented in 2026. It would be left up to the council in terms of what they wanted to do. I probably misunderstood something along the lines there, because that is typically isn't how we implement the results of methodology review. So I'd like a little bit of clarity maybe from Dr. Schaffler if I misunderstood what he said.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. I believe you are understanding what I have said. The addition that I would add to that is that this would also help the Sacramento River Work Group in preparing recommendations that, depending on where the Sacramento River Work Group goes, it would allow them to know whether these are acceptable methods moving forward or they should be looking at something else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Susan?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. My question is also on topic 5. And the SSC notes that review of this paper during this year's salmon methodology review would allow the SSC to make informed and timely decisions on best scientific information available, especially during the preseason when process delays have large consequences. Can you tell us a little bit more about the SSC discussion that was behind that, or a little bit more about exactly how that might be beneficial in the preseason process?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. The SSC discussion related to that focused primarily on our review of forecasts that we would endorse, the Willapa Bay, Sacramento River, and looking at methods that would allow us to evaluate the performance of those forecasts across time. So that's when you look at the evaluating forecast performance, the reviews that we've received on some of those topics recently, and you can even include the OPIH forecast in that, all of those analysts choose their own preferred method because there are certainly many methods to evaluate forecast performance across time. Those methods aren't wrong. They're all valid methods. This right here would look at, are there methods that are better for what we're doing or might provide us the ability to look at across forecast performance in those methods.
Thank you. Marcy Remco.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that statement. That sounds like a really heavy lift for a 2-day methods review. Now we're talking about application across all stocks in the FMP, some stocks in the FMP. I think I appreciate the intent here, but I'm trying to understand how big the box is that is being proposed.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Uremko. So we're certainly not asking to evaluate forecast performance across all stocks. We would be looking at 1 or 2 examples of forecast performance and the different metrics that could be applied to that to assess, to see if the SSC has a preferred methodology for assessing that forecast performance. And then when some group brings a forecast change to us, now that the SSC would say, or there would be a statement that says, we would prefer that you use method X to evaluate your forecast performance across whatever time period it may be.
Marcy, follow-up?
Actually, no, not a follow-up, but just one final question. On the last sentence of your report, the SSC notes that prolonged delays in reviewing available science can mean that analysts move on to other jobs and that scheduling reviews can be more difficult. That's a pretty heavy statement to read, and clearly there's something motivating the SSC to put that statement in this report, and so maybe you can expand on the discussion. And are we aware of risks of analysts moving to other jobs? And I'm just trying to understand if there's a hidden message here that we should be aware of.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Uremko. No, there's not a hidden message in this. This is simply in reference to the number of SSC members or the number of analysts that the SSC has worked with across the last few years, and we've seen quite a turnover. And particularly within the past year, we've seen a pretty significant change in our federal staffing levels. So it's simply a recognition that some of those analysts that we have worked with across the last handful of years may simply have their jobs reassigned. It's not that we know anything is coming down the pipe.
Okay, let me look over here. John North, did you have your hand up?
I did, and I'm sorry. I think somebody asked part of my question, but I'm still a little bit confused. So a question to Dr. Schaffler. So back in April, when topic 5 was proposed for inclusion in the preliminary list by the Sacramento work group, I think it was specific to Sacramento Falls Chinook, but then, and then we didn't move that topic forward, if I recall. And so what I'm trying to wrap my head around is the SSC still thinking that this exercise would be specific to Sacramento Falls Chinook? I thought I heard it might be broader, more of a methods thing. But I guess deep down, I'm just wondering why it's being brought back now if the council's already reviewed this. So what's different this time than last April?
Thank you for the question, Mr. North. We hadn't the risk table approach for salmon was not on our agenda, and we weren't. One of the responses that I believe we heard was that we would like that the council would like us to see more of a holistic type of approach. So nothing has really changed. It's just that now the risk table approach might be brought forward, and really independent of whether it's brought forward, the SSC's view is that we can review this, particularly as its application to the Sacramento River Work Group, just to give them more direction for the final products that they're attempting to produce. With that said, there are still applications outside of Sacramento River Fall Chinook.
That answer your question, John?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks. Susan Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to, I guess, kind of harp on this, but I'm confused about, again, I'm back to topic 5, confused about the application to this. I've heard sort of this range of possibilities. Initially, everyone has acknowledged that the topic was brought forward specific to Sacramento Falls Chinook and the work of the work group. I think Dr. Satterwhite, in his role as chair of that work group, had been very explicit that that was the reason that it had been brought forward at that time. The description in the SSC's statement is much broader than that, as you could hear from the questions. In response to one of my questions, I think it was Dr. Schaffler mentioned that they would choose a couple of pilot stocks to examine with regard to the application of those, buffers or areas of uncertainty. May or may not involve looking at the risk tables, but to me that also infers that it could be or the SSC would require that approach would be applied more broadly, or certainly the interpretation of any affirmation of a specific approach for uncertainty would be interpreted that way. There are a variety of entities that do forecasts and incorporate uncertainty in various ways in those forecasts. So I guess I'm sort of confused as to what the SSC envisions how broadly this would be applied, and I have concerns about mandating that the specific approach be applied rather than, say, recommending that would be the case, given the sort of broad variety of approaches there are to addressing uncertainty with based on the specifics of a stock. So I guess that's my question, is some additional clarity. I'm a bit confused as to the scope of topic 5 and the SSC's intentions.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. Yeah, I don't believe the SSC wants to mandate any specific methodology for assessing risk. We simply want to begin reviewing some of these methods to see, are they valuable? And I'll leave it at that. I mean, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Susan, does that answer your question for now?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Other questions on the SSC report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jason. All right, next, we have the Salmon Technical Team report. Dr. O'Farrell. Dr. O'Farrell, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
All right, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be referring to a Salmon Technical Team report on salmon methodology review, final topic selection. Agenda item F1A. During the April 2025 PFMC meeting, the Council identified 3 preliminary topics for methodology review in 2025. Topics and responsible entities were: 1, the Oregon Production Index hatchery forecast methodology, including the index exponential decay weighting approach adopted for use in 2025, and additional aspects of the OPIH forecast methodology, such as breaking the forecast into component stocks, time and staffing allows. And entities on this would be the OPIT team, Oregon Production Index Technical Team. Number 2, derivation of a natural area SMSY for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The responsible entity there would be the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group. Third item is methods for deriving a total Natural Plus Hatchery escapement objective based on consideration of natural production and hatchery needs. And this would also be led by the Sacramento work group. For topic 1, the Salmon technical team received an update from Cassandra Lehman of ODFW and OPIT and expects this topic will be ready for review in October 2025 at the methodology review meeting. Ms. Lehman also provided an update and background regarding the proposed change to the Marine Survival Index used in the Oregon Coast Natural Coho Harvest Matrix, as described in Agenda Item F1A, Supplemental ODF Report 1, and indicated that this topic will also be ready for review should the Council decide to add it to the final list. For topics 2 and 3, the STT received an update from Dr. Will Satterthwaite, Work Group Chair, indicating that these topics are ready or will also be ready for the October 2025 methodology review meeting. The STT is prepared to review items 1 through 3 and the OCN Marine Survival Index topic at the 2025 methodology review meeting in October 2025. That concludes our statement.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the technical team report? I see no hands. Now I do. Marcy Rumko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. I believe you might have heard the exchange that we just had with Dr. Schaffler about item 5 that the SSC has added to the list. And I understand from that exchange that you were at least in the room, virtual room, when that discussion took place. And it was noted that the STT didn't have a chance to weigh in on that this go round. Your meeting had concluded, but I believe you did take that topic up back in April in the context of SRFC only. And I was wondering if you had any follow-up input based on the discussion that we just had with Dr. Schaffler about the STT's readiness to review that item 5.
Thank you for the question. Yes, as you mentioned, the STT had our meeting had ended prior to the SSC discussion. I was there. Some STT members were there, although it was hard to tell because we were remote. This topic didn't come up with us at this meeting, and it did come up obviously in the SSC meeting, and we didn't have a chance to discuss it as a team. We have had those discussions before in past times where this has been on the preliminary list for methodology review, and we've in some cases, both cases that I can recall, we had that as a low priority, or we didn't recommend moving it forward to methodology review. Is that getting at your question? I may have missed something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it does. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell.
Any other questions on the technical team report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mike. And next we have a Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. I believe George Bradshaw is not online, but Kevin Goddess is available to do that. Am I correct, Kevin? Are you there?
Hello, Chair Hassemer. Yes, I am here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right. I'm prepared to read the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on methodology review, final topic selection. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel received a presentation from Dr. Michael Farrell, Chair of the Salmon Technical Team, and Dr. Will Satterthwaite, Chair of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group, on the 3 preliminarily selected 2025 Salmon Methodology Review items seen in F1A Supplemental ODFW report. The SAS is supportive of moving forward with the review of both the Oregon Production Index hatchery forecast methodology approach used in 2025, which provided modelers with the flexibility needed to bring forward the most accurate forecast with changes to the Oregon Coast Natural Coho Marine Survival Index as described in the ODFW report. Regarding the Sacramento River Work Group's proposed topics, the SAS reiterates its April 2025 comments, agenda item D4A Supplemental SAS Report 1, that no changes to Sacramento River Fall Chinook management should be implemented until the council reviews a full management strategy package. The SAS discussed that many management decisions that affect the productivity of Sacramento River Fall Chinook are made outside the council's authority, particularly those related to water and habitat. The council should consider adaptive approaches to managing this stock rather than just managing to a single value. For example, the current conservation objective uses a range, which allows for some flexibility. The SAS appreciates the Sacramento River Work Group's work and the strong scientific basis of their work. However, the SAS recommends that the council not move forward with the two topics proposed by the Sacramento River Work Group, these being the derivation of SMSY and the composite of the natural area and hatchery needs. This pause would allow time for a more holistic analysis of the fishery impacts that updating the reference points and conservation objectives using these and other methods could have, and to provide additional time and to explore adaptive management approaches. The SAS recommends these considerations are done through an FMP amendment process. And that is it for the comments, and I will reluctantly take questions.
All right, thank you. Let me see if there are any questions for Mr. Gaddis on the advisory subpanel report. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Mr. Gaddis. My question is in regards in the statement, and it says, no changes should be implemented and the council reviews a full management strategy package. And yet what we're talking about here today is about technical methodology changes. And as a council, we're always thinking about BSIA, and it's our duty to hold to that. And so when we're looking on one hand at technical changes or even just a review of technical changes and best scientific information available on one hand, and then we have the report that you just gave, which is talking about a desire to have this review of a full management strategy package. So I'm wondering if you can connect those two threads for me a little bit more and maybe share a little bit more about the discussion that the SAS had. Thank you.
I'll do my best. So I think, and it may be some confusion, certainly on my part, and maybe more broadly, about the findings of the methodology review and their impact on the conservation objective and how that proceeds procedurally through to being used. And what we're talking about is, one, giving some time to the current management strategies that have been put in place. I mean, we've just changed the FMSY, so there's a 20% reduction in exploitation rate. Since the closure of 3 years ago, there have been a whole host of new management rules put in place: harvest limits, quotas, trip limits, daily reporting, and those have not really had time to play out and see how that would impact the management regime. We are concerned about some of the things beyond our control, namely water. I think the Habitat Committee report, which we were not privy to at the time, definitely reinforces that. Our biggest concern is being pigeonholed between best available science that suggests an unattainable escapement based on past performance, and being able to manage with the reality of the water and the subsequent carrying capacity of the river. So I'll stop there and see if that answered or you need clarification.
think that was good. Thank you very much. Other questions on the advisory subpanel report? 1 second. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Gaddis. I just have a couple of questions for you. One of them is that I have also heard in previous SAS statements the concern by the SAS that in adopting sort of components of a new harvest management rule or harvest management framework, that there's a lack of clarity either on how those all those individual components might fit together at the end, that they may not do so cleanly, and that there would be limited opportunity to go back once those have gone through methodology review, a limited opportunity to sort of go back and tweak them as necessary to sort of so they all play well together. So I'm curious if that is still a concern that the SAS has. And my other question is just similar to what I had asked Dr. O'Farrell, which is the topic 5 on the methodology review, kind of the inability of the SAS to be able to comment on that topic at this meeting, and if you had any response to that, or if the previous comments that you had given on the topic might still be applicable.
Okay. Well, for the second part, the second topic 5 that was added, we did not have any time to discuss that. It was presented to us in the delegation call where the comment was read, and I did not really understand the motivation, intention, or utilization of it. And still, after hearing the doctors talk about it, I'm still unclear as to what effect, how that would be employed. And, you know, I would probably need to see some cases. So I personally am at a loss to really speak on that one. And I'm sorry, can you remind me the first part of your question?
Yes, sorry for that confusion. The SAS is sort of, you know, this has been an ongoing, the Sacramento Falls Chinook topics and methodology review, and sort of the entire process as the work group has reported to the council has been conversation over the last 18 months. And there's been several times when the SAS has provided comments on the various reports and also the methodology review topics as they've gotten brought forward. My recollection specifically as the conversation that was had in April was a concern by the SAS, in addition to the ones that you had raised, was a concern that by, I think the word piecemeal was used, adopting the components of a new harvest matrix in a piecemeal fashion, the SAS is concerned that all those pieces may not fit together very well. And given the way that the methodology review is usually carried out, it doesn't really provide for the opportunity subsequently to, once those pieces are all brought together, to tweak them for a better fit if necessary. And so the SAS had indicated that they were concerned about the inability to do that. And so there was an interest in sort of what had been characterized as a more holistic approach, the ability to look at the harvest matrix as a whole and make some recommendations on that at that time. Is that still an interest of the SAS, or is it a concern that remains?
Yeah, I would say yes. I'd say that, and this sort of goes to establishing the FMSY independently and then going and trying to reestablish a new conservation objective. And so I think that's where that piecemeal concept comes from on our end. And then in terms of trying to put it together into a more comprehensive package, I think that's where we're suggesting that any change to the value be done through the FMP amendment process to allow for more public input and a little bit more broader discussion. And I think this might come down to a little bit of lack of procedural understanding. I did some work today and reading and trying to figure it out. And it seems as though there is precedence for when methodology review suggests a new conservation objective. Once that objective, the council decides to employ that objective, the method for that is to use the FMP. It seems that I found at least 3 cases where that's the case. And it's not where when methodology review suggests a topic that does suggest a new conservation objective, that is immediately adopted and employed. And so I think lack of clarity on that point is what really drove some of our the language we're using to describe a holistic process. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you. Further questions for the advisory subpanel? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Kevin. That completes the report. Takes us to public comment. There are at least 3 signups. The screen is there. And we will start with Mr. Mark Gorelnik. Mr. Gorelnik, can you hear us?
I can hear you, and it's really good to be with you. Would have been better in person, but here I am virtually, and I'm hoping to get through this public comment without my dogs joining the meeting. I first want to talk about process. The Salmon FMP contemplates changes to reference points without a plan amendment, but only if the council agrees. Here we're talking about a new reference point, not a change. And I think that the council certainly has the prerogative to proceed through an FMP amendment rather than a shortcut. And also want to point out that National Standard Guideline 2 provides the Secretary and Council have the discretion to determine the appropriate peer review process. And moreover, the National Standard Guideline recognizes that a greater degree of independence may be necessary where the topic is controversial. So, going to the 2 topics from the work group, I think it's beyond question that recruitment success is a function of inland conditions in council designated EFH. And the council has literally no control over the conditions that determine recruitment success. During my time on the council, even before, countless sternly worded letters were written to try to improve matters, and obviously they have not been entirely successful. But I think it's also true empirically that to a significant extent, abundance is not determined by escapement. And I'll just point out, 2010, we had an escapement of 124,000 that was within the target. Only 91,000 in the natural areas, which is a fraction of the number being recommended here. 3 years later, we had the best escapement in 10 years, 407,000 escapement. And it's the only year since 2003 that we would have met the natural area SMSY proposed by the work group. But in 2016, that large escapement resulted in a Sacramento index of only 206,000 with an escapement of only 90,000. So big escapements don't mean big recruitment. In fact, counterintuitively, it's the other way around. That escapement of 90,000 in 2016 resulted in a Sacramento index of 507,000 in 2019. From 2006 to 2024, natural area escapement has exceeded 290,000 only once, and that was in 2013. And all other years, escapement was much less, natural area escapement. So it is likely that a natural area escapement target of 290,000, which is what I believe the work group is headed towards, would have eliminated fishing in most of those years and limited fishing in the balance of the years apart from 2013. A natural area SMSY of 290,000 would constrain or eliminate fisheries in the vast majority of years, and that we see that the escapement recruitment relationship isn't terribly strong. So such a change, if it's to be considered, we need an independent peer review on that and a successive FMP amendment with stakeholder participation. There are other topics I think that would be more helpful to the management process. Salmon management, in particular, Sacramento River Fall Chinook, have been challenged because of the inadequacy of abundance and harvest forecasts. Well, we now have harvest quotas for the ocean, at least, and maybe they'll be coming for inland harvest so that all harvest is governed by quotas. And that that should address the concern with harvest forecasts. But we still have this problem with the Sacramento River Fall Chinook abundance forecast, which has not been terribly accurate. I mean, it's the guys are doing the best. The SCT is doing the best work it can, but I think that we need perhaps a review of that methodology. For example, there's no accounting for holdover fish like we do in the Klamath. There's no accounting for natural mortality like we do on the Klamath. And I'll just interject to say that even the Klamath forecasts, abundance forecasts, have not been great. It's tough work counting fish. I get it. Another issue with the Sacramento Fall Chinook is autocorrelation doesn't appear to moderate extremes in forecasts. It maybe exaggerates them, since we appear to simply be using the prior year jack adult ratio rather than trying to moderate that. And we'll see this coming spring how well the abundance has, how well the what sort of ratio we end up with, what our Sacramento index turns out to be for 2025. And finally, on the Klamath, management is based on natural spawners. If I may have another few seconds to complete, Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. On September 1, 2024, the estimate was 27% of the ocean abundance were natural spawners, but 83% of ocean impacts were determined to be natural spawners. That doesn't make sense. So I think that in summary, I think future methodology reviews should consider the Sacramento River Fall Chinook abundance forecasts, as well as ocean impacts on Klamath natural spawners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Gurelnik on his testimony? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mark. I can't resist. And also, it sounds like you're still not feeling great, so sorry to hear that. I couldn't quite hear what you said. You said something about National Standard 2 and greater independence. So I'm wondering if you could share a little bit more about what you meant there. Thank you.
Well, I guess I think Quillback is all those of us who are scarred by that experience appreciate the need that sometimes we need to look outside our council family to do some peer review. And we didn't have a chance to do that with Quillback. Here, where we're potentially contemplating a natural area SMSY that would effectively eliminate fisheries or severely curtail them. I think that's a pretty radical move to make. And I don't think something like that a move like that should not be taken without an outside peer review.
Thanks. We missed you.
Right. I miss you guys too.
Any other questions? Not seeing any here. Thank you, Mark. Good to hear your voice again. Next, we have David Bain. David.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Dr. David Bain, Chief Scientist for Orchid Conservancy, and I hope this is an acceptable session for these comments, as I'm primarily asking you to get started on developing something for a decision next year rather than focusing on the decisions you need to make over the next couple months. Oregon recently adopted its Endangered Species Management Plan for southern resident killer whales. An important element of that plan was to explore whether increased hatchery production of salmon could benefit the whales. The answer to that question involves both management and scientific issues. One of the main management issues is whether any increased returns due to increased production would reach the whales. That is, would catch quotas set by PFMC, Alaska, and Canada be increased to catch those fish before they reach southern resident habitat, or would they be allowed to pass through? For those that reach PFMC jurisdiction, how would you manage them? I have two primary concerns about how PFMC would manage them. Would they be harvested in line with current harvest practices, or would they be harvested where place-based rights exist and by others in terminal fisheries, so the whales would get the advantage of increased prey density and people harvest fish that have already passed safely by the whales. The other concern is how the proportion of hatchery origin spawners will be kept low. Mark selective fisheries can accomplish that, but would need to be conducted in a way that minimizes discard of natural origin fish. E.g., hook and line fisheries can result in mortality of released fish on the order of 20%. In contrast, use of in-river fish traps can result in mortality rates of natural origin fish near zero. Further, natural origin salmon could be released upstream of pinnipeds to reduce mortality further. Oregon could use guidance from PFMC on how it is likely to proceed and will need guidance from other fishery management agencies on what they will do before deciding whether to increase hatchery production for whale recovery. If increased hatchery production is allowed to proceed, hatchery practices could be optimized for the whales. Selections for traits like age and size at return, variability in run timing and location, size at age, caloric density, etc., could be incorporated into hatchery practices. Southern residents would only consume a small fraction of additional salmon produced, so there will be benefits to human fishers as well. If, as I suggest, harvest is focused on estuary and in-river fisheries, increased hatchery production would not only benefit the whales, it would benefit inland tribes and others who fish in fresh water. I hope you will add this to your topics to start on over the next year. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Bain on his testimony? And looking around the table, I see no hands, so thank you, Dr. Bain.
Thank you.
And lastly, Kevin Goddess. Kevin, you have the floor.
Thank you. I now have my recreational angler advocate hat on, and I am representing Coastside Fishing Club. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Okay, here we go. Well, first, thank you for the opportunity to talk, Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. Would like to thank Dr. Slatterthwaite for his hard work in the Sacramento River Working Group. I would just like to say that I have the highest respect and esteem for the work that they're doing there, and even though I may not understand all of it. What I would like to do is urge the council to proceed cautiously. There are several measures that have been taken recently since we have had a viable fishery in the last 3 years that will have significant impacts on the management structure. It's made the management more flexible, more reactive, and I'm concerned about being trapped between the reality of the water on the ground and the best scientific information available and really eliminating a lot of opportunity. I think Mark did a good job speaking to that mathematically with some good points and references, and I just can't state enough the danger to communities and industries for continued shutdowns. And I would hate to see our actions create a path that we could not work our way out of. And so, as I mentioned before, I've started to learn and understand that the methodology review process is different than implementing the results of that. And hopefully the council will take a more rigorous and approach that involves a little bit more public public comment and contemplation before putting any new conservation numbers and escapement objectives in place. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Goddess on his testimony? Butch Smith. Vice Chair Smith, excuse me.
Plain old Butch is fine. Yeah, hey, Kevin, just a comment. Of course, I couldn't say this about Mark, and I won't, but I truly appreciate Coastside's and all the members' work on this. It's invaluable that you guys keep participating and keep testifying your input, because it's important that we get this one right, or as close to right as we can. We'll never get it perfect, but we certainly can. Working together helps the salmon situation in California, and quite frankly, when we all work together on the whole West Coast, it always is a better outcome. So I just wanted to appreciate COSIDE and all the groups down there that are working so hard to publicly. It's not easy, it's not cheap, but from my perspective, it's invaluable. So thank you, Kevin, for all your hard work.
Well, thank you for your recognition. Appreciate it.
Right. Any other questions? And hang on, there's a Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gaddis, I was just curious if you had had a chance to read the informational report that was included on, I think it's the outcome, I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's the outcome of the roadmap that the council staff was directed to develop from the council at the April meeting, and is included as one of the reports in the briefing book. I was wondering if you had had a chance to look at that, and whether, or to what extent that either of those two pathways would address the concerns that you've described here.
I have not, and I will look for it, and I would also not want to speak on behalf of anyone other than myself at this point. So I will circle back with my SAS crew and ask their opinion on that as well. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Take the time to look carefully. I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you,
that completes our reports. The public comment will take us into discussion. We've heard a lot. We've been at it a little over an hour. Let's take 10 minutes so you can organize your thoughts, get ready to come back and engage in discussion and our council action. So 10 minutes. All right, let's move back to our chairs. Remotely. All right. Thanks all for coming back. We'll move into our discussion, and I'm not sure who's ready to raise their hand first. So I saw someone online volunteer themselves. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I'll just confirm my mic is working before I start.
Perfectly. Please proceed.
All right, thank you. I wanted to comment on 3 different things. I'll start with the OPIH coho forecast, since I was involved in bringing the adjustment to the methodology forward back in March. When we brought that forward back in March, WDFW and ODFW, I made the argument that I didn't think it merited full methodology review under the council operating procedure. I acknowledged that there was interest in continuing to investigate that forecast and make further changes to it at the March meeting. And I think at the April meeting, I said that I was afraid we wouldn't have time to do anything more than the adjustment we brought to the March meeting because of staff workloads, USV Oregon management agreement being renegotiated and taking up a lot of people's time. So what's potentially being brought forward is essentially a more comprehensive write-up of what we brought to that March meeting. The SSC statement seems to agree that what was brought to the council in March does not merit full review under the council operating procedures. But we also heard some comments in March about the desire to provide full transparency and review by bringing that method through the process. I'm okay either way with this. If we want to put this into review, we'll have some documentation ready that we can bring forward. If the council's desire is to save review for a future year when we may have more substantial changes to the method that clearly meet the threshold, I'm fine with waiting and doing that later too. On the OCN coho forecast, I support reviewing the changes to the methods for the Marine Survival Index as brought forward by ODFW. It's unfortunate we're losing some data gathering capacity there as we are in other places, but it's good that ODFW's got something to bring forward as we face that new reality. The last thing I wanted to comment on was item 5 from the SSC report. A lot of questions about that as we step through the advisory body reports. I have some concerns related to the scope and application of what they're proposing, and I probably don't have a full understanding of exactly what it is they are proposing. One of my concerns is I don't fully understand how it fits into the normal salmon methodology review process or how it fits beyond helping with the Sacramento work group process. But my bigger concern is how this item fits within the USV Washington co-manager process. The forecast and forecast evaluation for the watersheds in the USV Washington case area fall under the purview of the co-managers, not any other entity. So I have some serious concerns with how item number 5 could intrude into that co-manager process in the future. That's all I had, but happy to answer any questions if other council members have them.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Other discussion? David Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to support what Kyle was saying for number 5. It's really confusing. I was having a hard time understanding what it means, but there's been a number of concerns raised from our tribal people and tribal entities that this could have an impact on how our co-management system works without us being able to review and understand how we fit into that. So I just wanted to support those comments by Kyle. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too support Kyle and Mr. Sohn's take on this. I value our co-manager relationships more than you know. We're to a point where we are working really close together and would hate to move something forward that would muck that up. And I am in the camp of, because of our co-managed fisheries up where we come from, I am really not supportive fully because I, would like to see where that comes in too also. So anyway, I'll be supporting Kyle and Mr. Sones on this one.
Thank you. Further discussion. Marcy Remco.
Excuse me. Like to speak to the 2 Sacramento items on the preliminary list. Thinking back to the council's action when we directed the formation of the Sacramento work group, following the literature review that was conducted on the Sac Fall conservation objective through our methods review process, maybe 3 years ago now. At that time, I was under an impression that the new derivation that we'd be tasking the work group with would be some sort of actual estimate of suitable habitat, the carrying capacity of the Central Valley and its hatcheries to produce a sustainable standing stock biomass of Sacramento Fall Chinook year over year. I expected that we'd get an analysis that accounted for modern day riparian habitat loss, reduced and human regulated freshwater flows, elevated temperatures, disease, reduced oxygen levels, contamination, invasives, saltwater intrusion, passage barriers, poaching, pollution, and predators. Clearly, I was not on the right track with my thinking on how we would determine a conservation objective for Sac Fall Chinook. So what I've done and what I'm learning to do now is, in wondering how a conservation objective is determined, I decided I would ask AI. And it told me that determining a salmon conservation objective is a complex process that involves integrating biological data, environmental factors, legal mandates, and social considerations. Resource managers, scientists, government agencies, and other stakeholders collaborate to establish benchmarks that aim to maintain healthy, diverse, and suitable salmon populations. So while AI doesn't always get things right, what I do take from this answer is that it certainly would not be unprecedented to update the conservation objective in a process that's far more holistic than a methods review. I look at our SITSUM and what the title of this agenda item suggests. It's an appropriately sterile sounding description for the process. It's a technical process intended to help clarify the technical basis for Pacific Council salmon management actions. So while I appreciate that we can use the methods review process to determine a new conservation objective, it doesn't mean that we should or that we must. I don't hear anyone trying to dispute that we can't do it in this process. But I think traditionally about the items we put on this list, and this isn't a change to a base period or data input or new documentation or an update of an assumption in a model. This is a brand new method and never used and never tested that would be replacing an old derivation from the 1980s that we all agree can't be replicated. So with that, I feel like we're contemplating in this point in time putting a data moderate groundfish stock assessment on a stock assessment priorities list without really understanding what best scientific information outcomes might result from it. Unfortunately, California's learned the hard way with quillback, and I have really gotten a lot out of thinking through the informational report 1 and the pathway that it offers us that allows a holistic review and development of a conservation objective along with the associated reference points through a comprehensive FMP review process. There's been a lot of concern with the number from the work group about the outcome of the derivation of hatchery and natural components that would be used to come up with a total conservation objective. And a reminder that we're undertaking a review of the method and not the answer. It's tough to put the answer aside when thinking about that answer just really does not seem to make sense. A conservation objective in the neighborhood of 400,000 total adult sac-fall Chinook, which is what my understanding is of what is recommended in the second alternative, the total conservation objective of hatchery plus natural. I just have to do a gut check on that. And it's really tough. And are those results representative of the Central Valley Basin today versus some, former point in time or some future point in time that is seeming, at least to me, to be somewhat utopian? Thinking about that number of 400,000, that's a threefold increase over the current baseline that we have for our goal range of 122 to 180,000. That would make the minimum stock size threshold 300,000 or 75% of the SMSY. Looking at the last 15 years, every year would have been classified as overfished. The postseason realized estimates of the Sacramento Index are below that number, 400,000, in 11 out of the last 15 years. And remember, the Sacramento Index is the combined total of harvest from all sectors, ocean, inland, and the conservation objective. And so the idea that the fact that the new conservation objective would be higher than what we've seen for the total Sacramento Index in 11 out of 15 years is just does not seem to match with today's conditions and realities. The info report does a great job describing the benefits of public engagement and transparency that would come from that pathway. And I know that this agenda item isn't where we take up consideration of how we might agendize development of an FMP amendment process, but I just want to note the multiple benefits of moving forward with the FMP amendment route, and that that has been the recommendation that we have here today, both from our SAS and some of our public comments. Particularly want to acknowledge remarks from Kevin Goddess and Mark about that we are in a new management regime already with Sacramento Fall Chinook. We've employed the use of harvest guidelines. We've developed measures to implement a new biological opinion on coastal Chinook that we really have yet to see how that is going to work in practice because we haven't had a commercial fishery off California in 3 years. So I am sensitive to the recommendation that let's slow down and see how the management that we've already implemented, how that plays out for us looking ahead. And I think the FMP amendment route gives us time to consider all of these reference points and the harvest control rule holistically. Thinking back to our discussion in April, that was something that really resonated, I think, within the council discussion, that we need to do that, and that isolating and approving reference points one at a time and being unable to see how they all fit together is not an ideal way to develop a management framework. So with that, I just wanted to indicate that I prefer not to move forward with the Sacramento alternatives that are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Let me check online. Susan Bishop, I don't want to put you on the spot. You did have your hand up. It's down if you're ready to speak. Otherwise, I'll just watch and we'll come back later.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to be last in line in my comments. Many of the folks that have spoken before me have highlighted some of the points I was going to make, so it will make my thoughts or my comments probably more briefer. So if others have comments to put forward, I'm happy to yield to them.
All right, we'll move you down the list, and I will look around for any other hands here. John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, regarding this whole Sacramento Fall Chinook management framework, I appreciate all the work the work group has done, but I'm hearing more and more concerns and requests for greater clarity and transparency in the process, regarding how and when the updates to the framework are implemented, pretty much similar to what the SAS report spoke to, hearing that externally too, like, well, what's going on? So it seems to me we need a process or an opportunity for more public involvement, given especially the complexity of this analyses and the potential ramifications of them. That's hard to do when things are adopted, independently. So I'd much prefer to make a decision after seeing the whole potential new management framework for Sacramento Falls Chinook, and so that you can see where it's headed. We have so many potential changes pending right now. I won't list them all, but I think it might be best to defer implementation, of further changes until we have all the alternatives together under a new potential framework. So I support the FMP process because I think it allows for a lot of these things. It slows it down. We get more transparency, more chance for engagement. And some of the modifications would require FMP process anyway, and the FMP uses best scientific information throughout, so I think it checks all the boxes. I really did appreciate the council staff putting together that informational report 1, which it gives us several pathways we can take moving forward, and I found that report to be really useful, especially that decision flow chart in table 1, which leads me kind of down path 1B and eventually headed to path 2. And so anyway, with all that, I do have a motion on the potential methodology review topics whenever that's appropriate. So.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate your offer of a motion there. Let me check back first to Susan Bishop, who did want to speak, and then I'll look around. It looks like there's some others, but we'll hold that spot available. So, and Susan, before that, I think we had a hand over here. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I guess I feel differently because I do support review of both the Sacramento topics. This is difficult because I feel like this is a pretty clear difference between science and policy. This is a methodology review, which is designed to look at methods and science and hold us to the best scientific information available and use the best science that we can from all scientific disciplines to make the best decisions that we can. I don't think it is in the national standards to not look at science because we don't like what the potential outcome might be. It is to look at that science and then make management decisions based on that. This potential review, I still struggle with how this is related to the need to update and change the larger management framework. I agree that that larger management framework does need to be reviewed and needs to be changed, but I don't see this as connected. People keep using the word holistic, and I confess that I'm still confused about what that actually means or how that applies to the potential methods that have been put before us and how that relates to some sort of holistic review of the management framework. And I just have major concerns that this is violating National Standard 2 and that this is really not trusting our scientists and moving forward in a good faith effort to manage with the best science that we have. I heard the SAS, and thank you, Mr. Gaddis, for providing public testimony. I appreciate that, and I hear your concerns, and I know why you're concerned. I feel that in this particular decision, when we're talking about methods review, that that's unfortunately not germane to the decision that we have in front of us. I think in general, it is important to take the recommendations of the SSC where we can. We certainly are not required to do that, that's clear. But I think when the SSC comes to us, especially when they've come to us multiple times with the same recommendation and saying, we think this might be useful to you, I think it's really important to listen to that. Also, I want to note, I think this was noted by someone else, that we have the option not to implement the methods that necessarily come out of this, as shown by last year. The cohort reconstruction that the council selected for last year was not used for management this year. I just want to note I am largely supportive of informational report number 1 regarding moving forward on the updates to the FMP generally. Again, I think that is also needed. And finally, I'm just going to note that this is difficult because it makes me very concerned and generally about how we're approaching salmon generally when we are talking about data and methods from the 1980s, when we are so wrapped around the axle that we are struggling to pick apart the difference between science and management and understanding where those two things nexus and struggling to get through that process. And ultimately, this is nested within a much larger, even more painful reality of the status of water in the state of California. But we still have to do what we can and do what we are tasked to do. So just reiterate again, I am supportive of moving forward with both of the Sacramento review topics and would like to see those come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Admittedly, I do not come from salmon land, and I do typically reside in groundfish world. However, going over these documents, I was kind of having some flashbacks to Quillback, and that kind of the corner that everybody that we were backed into, and I say the royal we were backed into when things started moving. And interestingly enough, I've in talking to stakeholders in Northern California, salmon stakeholders, they've they've created a new word. They said they feel like they're about to get quill-backed. And I kind of laughed, and then I had to stop because that is how scary this is to them through the lens that they're seeing it. What could happen, where this could go if it moves on. And so while I don't have any technical comment towards this, I just, from the stakeholder standpoint, and from someone kind of on the looking into this with kind of a fresh lens, it was concerning. Just seeing how this was happening. The work group I'm sure has done great work, but the comments that I had seen and heard about it's kind of happening in a bit of a black box, and a lack of transparency when it comes to setting these goals once this gets put in place. Or gets approved, I apologize. So I feel like I need to put that out there. From the stakeholder standpoint, moving this forward is highly concerning. Yeah, I just needed to flag that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Susan Bishop, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a little bit to say on a couple of the topics. I'll start with the topic 5 that was proposed by the SSC. I still find that the description of that particular topic for methodology review extremely unclear and confusing. And I appreciate Dr. Schaffler's attempts to answer my questions and to provide that clarity. But I find it still very unclear and confusing, at times narrow in scope and at other times broad in scope, and with potential implications to both policy decisions and the implications to the co-management process in the North Falcon area. So I really feel strongly that in order for this topic to move forward, it would need much more clarity, and so maybe consideration at a future date. So we will not support moving that particular methodology topic forward. With regard to the Oregon, the OPI-H and OCN matrix topics, NIMS doesn't have a strong feeling on these. It sounds like the OCN topic probably would trigger a methodology review if the council decides we are supportive of moving them forward, but acknowledging the workload considerations that several folks have outlined today. We're not looking for extra work, and so if the topics do not align with a requirement for methodology review, we think that's where a place where savings could be held and give folks that are overworked now a rest and more time to spend maybe on higher priority issues. Finally, with regard to Sacramento River Fall Chinook, we appreciate the work of the work group on the topic and the progress that has been made on methodologies for estimating SMSY and the conservation objective for Sacramento Falls Chinook and bringing that to the council. The work is very challenging. It's important to the resource and to the fishery, as evidenced by the amount of work that Dr. Satterwade in particular and the work group have done, but also the level of interest by industry and public that we have heard over the last year. The science that's been done lays a good foundation for further work on the management framework and in the F&P for this stock. I'm not hearing anyone suggesting that we set the science aside or that the two different pathways that we're talking about would result in something less than best available science in the ultimate implementation. Ms. Ridings had said that she doesn't understand, and maybe I misunderstood her, how these two topics relate to the overall harvest matrix for Sacramento Falls. They're integral to that. They will ultimately define what the shape of the harvest control rule is. And so they aren't separate from that. All of those pieces together will show what the trade-offs are between the fishery and the resource, something else that the work group was tasked with. And so the management framework for Sacramento Falls relies on multiple components to provide the information to manage the fishery and to sustain the resource and ensure that the fishery is sustainable. And so it's important that those components fit together well and smoothly, and we have the ability to adapt them or to change, revise them to do that if in putting them all together, it's found that there are disconnects. The work group was tasked with developing improvements to these components, as well as the analysis of biological risks and fishery-related benefits. And so just all of this work, and we don't have all those pieces in place to ultimately help with that. We hear the interests of the council, the industry, and the public in an approach that allows consideration of a full framework and better understanding of the effects on the stock and the fishery before any final decision is made. The ability to make subsequent adjustments to the framework when considering all of the components together could be precluded or at least made much more difficult if only evaluating one component at a time. I would also say that the trust in the science and the trust in the decisions that we make is incredibly important. That in our being able to effectively implement the policies that we decide in the council. And if anything else, I would say the last 3 to 5 years have been huge examples of just exactly that. If the public and the industry understand the science and they understand the basis behind what they are being asked to sacrifice or to take advantage of, they will support us as we go forward. The industry itself in the first closure strongly supported that on its own, even without NMFS's additional guidance at the time. The important part was that they understood why that needed to happen and that the science was solid, and they helped us in implementing those frameworks. So at least from NMFS's perspective, we think that the public's involvement and transparency is very important to the decisions and the support for the decisions that the council makes, and ultimately NMFS approves and adopts. Therefore, NMFS supports an approach that considers the management framework in the FMP holistically, something along the lines of what has been proposed in the roadmap, rather than addressing a portion of that framework one at a time through the methodology review process solely. And as you've heard several folks mention, we believe that the process allows for a different process than management methodology review solely. And the roadmap also lays out that basis. The methodology review is done on a short timeline and with relatively limited opportunity for council engagement, as you have heard expressed today. So we support moving the topic forward as part of a consideration of the FMP amendment, which would allow both for development of the scientific information and adjustments to the management framework in response to that information if it's needed, as well as important input from industry and the public. In saying that, I want to underscore again the point I made and also the importance that Ms. Writing underscored, that science must continue to be the foundation of this work, and that the work group would be an important participant in the work moving forward. And that concludes my remarks on this topic.
Thank you, Susan. Had quite a bit of discussion. There was an offer of a motion. We took up some more discussion after that, but I want to turn back to John because there will be opportunity for discussion there. If you feel you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I could read that motion if I can see it. I move to advance the following methodology review topics for final topic selection. Number 1 is the Oregon Production Index Hatchery or OPIH forecast methodology, including the index exponential decay weighting approach adopted for use in 2025. as described in agenda item F1A situation summary, and number 2, proposed changes to the Oregon Coast Natural Coho Marine Survival Index as described in agenda item F1A supplemental ODFW report 1, ODFW letter to Chair Hessmer.
Thank you, John. I followed along. The language on the screen looks accurate and complete. Is that right?
It does.
All right. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I don't have a lot. It just, in terms of the items in this motion, I included those here today because I think they're fairly simple and ready for review. The Oregon Production Index, or OPIH forecast methodology, which includes that new exponential decay weighting approach, was what we adopted last year for use in 2025, not last year, earlier this year, and it appears to be the best forecast methodology available currently based on the hindcasting work that's been done. It was mentioned that a lot of the staff associated with the work on this are quite busy with USV Oregon related tasks, and so we didn't include side projects on this, like splitting it out into earlies and lates. It's just a review of the standard methodology. And then on number 2, that relates to the proposed changes to the Oregon Coast Natural Marine Survival Index. That's unfortunately a topic we had to put on here, but it's needed, and we think we've already identified a reasonable solution. So I put those on there. I did not include other topics in this motion today for final methodology review based on what I was hearing from testimony and other council members, which was basically lots of uncertainty and discomfort with moving those other items forward. So this motion is just an attempt to reflect our discussion.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Take my time. I see no questions for clarification. Discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion on the motion, then I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, John. Want to go. Let's go back to Angela and go through the council tasks there. Angela, is there more we should take up? How are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The council has completed their work under this agenda in that they have adopted 2 items for methodology review. That review will take place on October 9th and 10th, most likely, given the number of topics, only October 9th. There's also been a lot of discussion under this agenda item about the Sacramento River work groups topics, whether or not those should be addressed under the methodology review. The motion just passed by the council indicated they are not wishing to put them through methodology review this year, but potentially shifting them to an FMP amendment process, which the council would further discuss under workload planning. I do want to just provide the council with a little extra information. The work group is providing an update at the November council meeting as well, and they have been working on a draft report based on the guidance provided at that meeting at the previous update given to the council last year. When the work group does meet again in October, they can kind of take the conversations that they've heard here today from the council in finalizing the draft report that they have been working on, but that there is no anticipation that the council is going to be providing the work group with any specific guidance at this meeting, recognizing that the council has also voiced that the science and efforts done by the work group so far have been valuable and will continue to be so moving forward when they're looking at updates to this management framework. So hoping that potentially kind of ties up the conversations that have happened, not directly related to the methodology review topics, and my understanding about how we'll move forward with the rest of the week.
Thank you, Angela. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry if I didn't get my hand up fast enough. Sorry, Angela. I have a motion.
All right, go ahead.
All right, and I will also apologize to the Tower of Power. I'm just going to talk this one in. I move that methodology review topics 1 and 2 and supplemental SSC report 1 are moved forward for review at the October 2025 Salmon Methodology Review. And that looks really close. Just after review, write the word topics. And I think I may have spoken. I'm going to do a little copy editing on the fly. I think we can say, I move that methodology, and we can take out the.
All right, so we need to have a discussion there. Is what is on the screen accurate and complete?
It is, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I covered most of this earlier, so I'll keep this short. I just think that these review topics are important for the council meeting its best scientific information available goals. I think that the SSC has reviewed the topics that were provided and suggested to us by the work group as we asked them to do. And I think that this is a good opportunity to look at our methods, make them as sound as possible, and then review them for management down the line. And I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the methods review meeting that we just approved the 2 topics for is October 9th, if I understood correctly, though we have a November council meeting agenda item that would be to consider the results of that methods review meeting in October. So I'm hoping you can clarify which meeting you're proposing topics be reviewed. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Remco. That was my mistake. I meant to say October there if I misspoke. It's probably my bad eye.
Excuse me, that was a technical clarification to your.
It was. I'm sorry about that.
So that should read then as we went through this November 2025, not, they had typed the change in, but removed it. Should it be October or November?
It should be October. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that technical correction then. Other questions for clarification? Not seeing any hands, then discussion on the motion. Learn to look very carefully here. Not seeing any hands, then I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We had an aye vote from Corey Ridings and Rebecca Lent. Is that correct? Opposed?
No.
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
And Krista Svensson abstained.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in favor, which is of discussing the topic, which is why I seconded it, but I did in fact vote no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out at my ears here who abstained. Sharon Kiefer. All right. Thank you. So all the votes are in. Mr. Executive Director, you're tallying, but I think we had 2 yeas, 1 abstention, and I don't have the number of the motion failed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a point of order, but I voted in opposition, not in favor, as is stated on the record. Thank you.
Okay. Motion fails. As indicated there. Okay. Further action on this discussion, I think, as Angela had indicated, we've completed our tasks, but Susan Bishop, is that your hand?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair. I don't have further action, but I do have a comment, an observation to make, I guess, if that's okay with you.
Please go ahead.
I meant to do this at public comment, but I would just like to acknowledge that this is the first council meeting, salmon agenda item without Joel Kawahara's comments during public comment. As you know, he was a regular commenter on what we did. He had clear opinions. He also usually never brought a concern without a ready solution. And his voice, at least on the salmon, I will miss his voice on the salmon items and his counsel. So I just wanted to speak to that.
Thank you, Susan. So, Angela, I'm going to turn to you again before I look around the table for any closing comments. But I think we're getting close to completing our work. Anything else to do?
No, Mr. Chair, nothing else to do. Happy to address any questions about what I might have stated earlier, but other than that, your actions under this agenda item are complete.
All right. Any other discussion to be had on this? Executive Director Burden.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate something that Angela spoke to a minute ago. This was a very robust discussion, and per usual practice, Kelly and I are making notes about the things that it looks like this council wants to work on in the future. So we'll be modifying the year-to-glance summary and bringing that back to you later in this meeting. What I heard from you all is that you're interested in seeing a schedule for an FMP amendment. So we'll have that day last, and we can discuss the SAC fall issue again at that time. I just want to provide that clarity.
All right. With that, I think we've completed our business on this agenda item, so we'll close it out. And before we adjourn for the day, are there any comments from the executive director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very good work today, everyone. Just one comment from me. We do have